Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello to everybody, and thank you for tuning in. What a fantastic day it is going to be here in Sicily. We're about ready to start our qualifying, and I'm just noticing potentially the timing on screen needs updating, but we'll work on that. Cars are about to go out. It's been a very busy 24 hours with wet tracks, dry tracks, drying tracks, tracks getting wet again. But thank you for tuning in. You're watching the 1/10th IC Track Euros. This is an EFRA event, and it's brought to you by X-Ray. We're RC Racing TV, and Frank is in the commentary booth.
Hello to the world. Hello, Matt.
Hey, Frank.
Hello.
So we're finally up and running.
We've finally got cars on track, cameras moving, and yeah, we're back out talking to racing fans across Europe and across the world, from beautiful Giordano Naxos on the eastern coast of Sicily. If you look on a map, Sicily is that big island off of the bottom of the boot of Italy. We're on the eastern coast of that, between Catania and Messina. So it's a beautiful area of the world. We have had some rain the past couple days, which we're absolutely assured never, ever, literally never happens in June. But then again, we do hear that quite a bit. But, you know, it's what happens. We've dealt with it, and hopefully we won't see any more today. Although there is a chance of shower, because there is a small mountain range just a few miles away as the crow flies. And this gigantic mountain called Mount Etna, which is a very famous volcano not too far away. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Maybe we'll get some explosions to go along with the fireworks we seem to hear every night. And so here we are. We've got this is the wide class. This is I believe it's 235 millimeter class out here. It's an invitational class. Well, not. I think that's the wrong word. I think it was international class, I think it's called. It's definitely starts with an I. But basically, sort of a promotional class to bring more Nitro racers into the Nitro touring car fraternity. Well, I shouldn't say fraternity, should I? It's just the group of racers that we see. There are a few. So this is it's not a full heat. I think there's just 5. Do we have timing yet? I'm sure Matt is sorting it out. We don't quite have timing yet. But yeah. So if you have any questions at all, you'll be watching us on possibly on the EFRA Facebook Live or RCTV Facebook or YouTube. I'm not sure how many different chat channels Matt is going to be reading off any questions, but usually the main one that we look at, because we can only really monitor so many, really. We only have so many brain cells between us. If you do have some questions, feel free to pop them into the RC Racing YouTube live chat, and we'll get those answers for you. So the main guy to he's basically going to be the man to beat, I think, is going to be Thilo Diekman. We have a nice little video piece with him and explaining the wide class, which is basically kind of an update of the old 1/10 Nitro pan car chassis from I think it kind of died out in the 2000s, late in the 2000s, but it was the sort of the companion class to the 1/8 IC track category. In the old days, they used to run the Le Mans or Can-Am style chassis body shells. Obviously, the wide tires, front and rear. And they were basically just scaled down 1/8 scale cars. I'm not sure how many chassis parts were actually shared. Probably not a huge amount. Obviously, the running gear probably would have been the same, except for the belt lengths and stuff like that. But they ran, in the old days, they ran 15-size engines. And these are basically running Nitro touring car chassis with the same engine, wider tires, so just a bit wider than normal touring car Nitro foam tires. And they have direct body mount attachments to the rear uprights, just like the 1/8 cars, so they're a little bit easier to drive, have more mechanical grip, and the same amount of power as a Nitro touring car, which, by all accounts, have become fairly just a bit too complex for just someone to jump into. So the idea behind this class is that you can get some brands sell, if you buy the wide version of the car, it costs a little bit more, but you get both versions of the car, basically. You have the wide car that you can build it up as. And as you develop your skills and get faster and become more confident, you can turn that same car into a Nitro touring car, which obviously are narrower, so they're harder to drive. They have less mechanical grip, so again, harder to drive. And the body mount, the arrow at the back from the wing and all the scoops and little vents and cool little arrow gizmos that you see, those go through the suspension basically, and it just drives a bit. That makes it also just a bit more difficult. So there's just little tweaks here and there, and obviously it's a much narrower car, the Nitro touring cars, and you'll see that these cars, they kind of step out a little bit, but it kind of depends on the driver. I think you can see where Tilo is. I think he's in the white car just coming onto the main straight. I believe Zach is on him now. That white number 5. Let's see if the timing is not refreshed. That's okay. So we're following Tilo. And this is a good opportunity, actually, to kind of go around the track and sort of introduce you to the track, which apparently, according to Alessio Mazzeo, was tarmacked or paved with stone from Etna itself. So this is a literally volcanic racetrack. So he's come across the start-finish line. Here's the first hairpin into the pit area, and then taking the kink, straighten that as much as possible, and then there's a hairpin coming onto the straight onto it. Sort of a gentle sweeper, and then down the main straight very, very quick, and then sort of a kink coming across the sweeper at the end of the lap. So it's quite a short lap, not quite as short as 12 scale, where you might get 10 to 12 second lap times, but we're looking at I think it's about 15, 16 second lap times, depending. Suppose if you're quick, you're going to want to get into the 14s. Obviously go as quick as possible. But there we go. That is the first qualifying run. That's Q1 of the wide class. So the wide class is up first. And then we've got 4 heats of Nitro touring car, or 1/10 track IC, or IC track, as it's the official name is. So the first round will finish at about maybe 11:30, just before 11:30 local time. We're running just a few minutes behind the printed schedule that was given out yesterday. So we have Q1, Q2, Q3 will end at about 1:10 to 1:15 local time. And then we've got a lunch break where I believe we'll be going briefly off air, and then 2 more heats of qualifying, and that will end at about 4:10. Then we've got Super Pole. Super Pole will be pretty good. I believe it's going to be the top 3 or 4 racers in the touring car category, and then in about an hour after
So just a few minutes until the next heat goes out. We're just working on an issue with the timing so we can bring you the correct heat on the screen. We'll just get that figured out and then we will be able to go with the next heat and have the timing on the screen.
And across the line, that is the wish, that is the win.
Dominic Greiner has won already, he just needs to cross the line, so he does so. Dominic Greiner is our European champion.
Okay, sorry about that. We had just usual sort of live technical deal that we're working on. So this is the first heat of Nitro touring car that is out on the track. Don't have live timing, as you can see, is unavailable. Sorry. Okay. All right, so we're this being qualifying. It's just a few minutes per round. There's 10 minutes between the start of each qualifying run. Ooh, some good passing here. So the drivers have been seated according to the control practice. So just to catch everybody up on what the racers have been going through. Most of the racers, I believe, have been here since Monday, which is when open practice was available for everybody. Of course, some of the racers, for some of the racers, this is their local track. However, they have not been allowed to run on the track for the last couple of weeks, I think it is, or at least it's 10 days, if they are entered into the championships. And of course, those entry lists have been set for weeks and weeks, if not months. But all the international racers have arrived. Most of them arrived Sunday. Some of them flew in Sunday night. And track was open on Monday when it was nice and clear weather, just like this pretty much. So clouds in the sky, and you can maybe see as we're panning across the track, some tracking action of these cars. These cars, the drivers, and the mechanics and support teams, meaning, moms, dads, girlfriends, etc. I've been here since on the track since Monday. Whoa! Not sure if we caught that one. That was a good one. I need to be watching the. Oops. See if we can save that one. That was a nice little highlight. So we got a bunching up of action here. I believe that's Francesco Tironi. That's right next to our cameraman Zach up on the rostrum. And this round is finished. But, ooh, that was... that's going to be a pretty dangerous place to be crashing during the races. Obviously, those cars... right about where at that point where the car was just flipped over, about 5 meters before that, the cars are coming full on power, and you don't want to be getting smashed up, at all. I was going to say too badly, but you don't want to be smashed up at all when you're out on here. These are qualifying runs, so okay. So anyway, let me get back to where we were. Open practice started Monday, so these drivers have been here literally all week. More controlled practice on Tuesday. Wednesday was very, very wet at the end of the day, and didn't quite. There's not like literal rubber that goes on the track like you would on a rubber tire category. These cars use foam rubber, very high density open cell foam rubber, but the oil from the exhaust gets spat out from the exhaust as they're flying past. The white smoke, if you're unaware, that's just burnt oil. But the unburnt oil ends up, and the vapors from the burnt oil get deposited on the track and then mix with the foam rubber, and that's what makes the racing line, the high grip racing line. So here we go, out on track. Unfortunately, I don't have the listing of the driver names once again, but anyway, so the traction basically was a bit lost because of the wet weather, and then yesterday it pretty much rained all day, and we were supposed to be starting qualifying. This is we're starting about a day late, basically. But because of the driver numbers, we're able to compress the program into 2 days very easily, and so that brings us up to date. That's where we're at. So we're letting our cameraman Zach follow any of the cars out there. We got let's see, these cars coming through the first hairpin. Zach, there's a group of 4 just coming right in front of right under us in the pit area. Now it's a group of 3. Might be catching up to that the car in front, coming onto the main straight now, hitting probably 60, 70 miles an hour, I would say. This is a pretty good-sized circuit. Not quite as big as Halifax in the UK. Maybe about the same length, I would say, as the Gubbio track, where we were last year. So pretty good. I think they were getting like 110, 120 kilometers an hour. Even the slow cars were hitting 90 kilometers an hour, which is that's a pretty hefty top speed. I think 101 is 100 is 61 miles an hour. So I would guess that these cars are hitting that top speed there. So we're following this car coming into just full power coming onto the straight. Almost as soon as that hairpin is cleared, full on the gas, hard on the brakes, coasting through that pit area, straighten out the kink through the inside sweeper, on the outside sweeper coming onto the straight, and again, that's a 90-degree turn at the end of the straight, believe it or not. But they're trying to straighten it out as much as possible and not letting the back end step out too much, because if you do, you're sliding, you're going on to the low grip area of the track. The racing line, I was chatting with the mechanic for Milan from the Infinity team. Let me get that chap's name. He's the team manager for Denmark. For Holland. You're saying the racing line is only about a car width after the first round of controlled practice. And obviously that line will widen slowly during the day and will go faster and faster. So that is warm-up. We've already got a crash as they're coming out of the pit lane. So there's about just a few minutes of warm-up, and then I believe it's going to be 5 minutes of driving, getting, I think it's 3 consecutive laps as quickly as possible. So if you can get some clear air around you, like this blue car way out in front, he's doing well. He's got no one ahead of him, obviously, because he was the first out of the pits, and he's got no one behind him because it's a little bit of squabbling early on, this number 8 car. The squabbling's happening behind him, and he's able to kind of just time trial it a bit, and just run his own qualifying. So hard brakes, and then coast around this double apex here into almost a hairpin, straighten that kink out. The 2 cars behind, if we drop back a bit, they are in danger of slowing each other up. The number 9 of the bright pink trying to get past. Didn't catch the number of the white and orange car. Now we have another pink car coming up behind. At least they're not all in white body shells. So that is the 9 that's now ahead of the 0. What happened to the... Oh, yeah, he crashed out, the 5 who was being chased. So he's... The nice thing about consecutive lap qualifying, the way they're doing it, is that you can just kind of pause, pull off to the side a little bit, and maybe even come into the pits, get a quick engine tune or something like that, and just find a clear space, basically, to run your own bit of... run on your own bit of road. So if there's a group of 3 cars, or just behind a group of 2 cars, Zach. They're just coming off the main straight now, across the finish line now. So now it's a group of 5 cars. So this might get kind of interesting here. Let's make sure. Yep. Oh, sideways. They are zipping and bobbing and waving and trying not to let anyone pass them when they could just be, kind of work together a bit here. Straighten the kink out. These 2 pink cars, obviously going to be they are the fastest out there, I think. Apart from the blue car, who's kind of on his own. Well, no, he's just passed somebody, but we'll stick with these 2 pink cars. One's more of a darker pink somehow. That bright pink. So if you're familiar with last year's results, we've got the 0 ahead of the 9. Dominic Greiner from Germany, he also runs a pink and black car. He's not here this weekend. We'll go into that in one of the video pieces that we've got going. But we'll have that coming up for you later today, possibly during the lunch hour. But yeah, Greiner is not here. He works just a normal job like everybody else. So he's actually run out of holiday time. He's got some family commitments, and also he's going to be at the 1/8 Euros in Portugal later this year. and he's also going to Japan for the Worlds, which I believe is this class, isn't it? So, yeah, he's not able to defend his European title. So we've got Greiner's not here. Peach has not run 1/10 in a little while. We did see him last year at the 1/8 Euros, and hopefully we'll see him in Portugal. But we saw him in Valencia at the beautiful Valencia track, running 1/8. And I think Hackler, I was expecting to see Silvio Hackler here from Austria, but he actually he doesn't run 1/10. So we got the marshals from the last race. Hopefully, it looks like they were picking up some pieces of a broken car out there. So, unfortunate. But, so we've got the next race, I think is going to be Heat 4 coming out. And then we'll have the fastest guys out on track who were sorted by the control practice times. So we do apologize for the lack of the live timing on the screen. I'll see if I can find the web link to look for. The live timing for you guys, so you can check that out yourself. Actually, let's see here.
So the live timing situation, we are still working on it. Sorry about that, guys. We're doing everything we can to get the live timing sorted, and we are. Oh, it looks like we might be about there.
Excellent.
That's good news.
Some names.
Maybe.
Yeah, these do look like the relevant names.
Do they?
I think so.
I'll take it.
We'll
take it.
Yeah.
It's moving.
Yeah.
There's flashing lights.
Yeah. There we are.
We'll take it.
These look like the correct names. We've got Filippo Domanin. Oh man, how exciting is his race going to be? After, if you guys have a chance, but during the lunch break, go watch last year's. I believe it was the final where he was. Oh, this kid is going to be so good. We've got Thilo Diekman, who's also running. You may have seen his name when the timing was working during the wide class. He's running both classes, so he's doing it hardcore. Stefanizzi, Lycaris, Guillermo, Garita. So, yeah, I'm a little surprised to see Domanin in Heat 4. You would think he'd be in Heat 5, but he's classified, at least, he's sort of on the bubble, I would say, of getting into the final heat. And notice that there are 10 racers in this one, so it is full. So it's not like there's only 8, and if the fifth heat were 10, he'd be in it. He's got a little bit of work to do, maybe. And Thilo Diekman as well, who finished 3rd last year. And Shepis, is that Mr. Shepis himself? And then Kazal. Some plenty of familiar names in here, and a couple of slightly surprising ones. Of course, we're going to have Balestre Mazzeo, we have Grosskamp, and Torini. I think we already missed Torini. My apologies. Yeah, so some big names coming up, and a couple of surprising ones in this particular qualifying heat. So, let me see. So, for those of you who are, let me see if I can find that link. There's a QR code, but that's not going to be any help for anybody. So let's see if we can So we're quite used to my RCM. We're kind of spoiled by my RCM, to be honest. But I'm going to see if I can find where to send people for email. Okay. Right. Okay. So if you go to https, or, well, just type in padlet.com, padlet.com, and then in caps, if you type in amsci_live_race, so it's AMSCI_LIVE_RACE, there's a link there. It's a European Championship 1/10th IC, and that is the live timing results page. So you can see who is on the program, the schedule, the free practice, qualifications, control practice, etc., and qualifying. So Heat 1, 2, and 3 results are already there. We are in Heat 4 at the moment. And I'm just trying to find the names of the drivers. So because it's a live one, I can't find a driver listing at the moment, but that will be on there, I'm sure, at some point, or if not already. But anyway, the information is there. Padlet.com, AMSCI_live_race. All caps, AMSCI_live_race. So that's where you can go, and we'll try to put that on the social media information on EFRA and RC Racing TV. Meanwhile, we've got live time. Let's see who's quick. Wow. Okay. Slightly surprised. Dominin has pulled off. Diekman is that Thilo Diekman? I think there's a relative of Diekman. No, that's Thilo himself is up there. 2 people over from Zach. Okay, so just a couple minutes left in this one. I think what they're doing is it's either 2 or 3 minutes of warm-up. We haven't had a clock on the screen the first couple of races, but 2 or 3 minutes of warm-up, and then come into the pits, and 4 minutes of qualifying, and it's the fastest 3 laps, I believe, consecutive laps. So we've got Shepis, Stefanitza, Gayamo, Lycaris, Girita. Lycaris is I believe he's the Greek racer. He's the only one here from Greece. Shepis has dropped down a bit. Fiorella, Dominin still not gone out there, so don't know what's happening with him. If you watched yesterday's live stream, we have a really good interview with Fabio, Filippo's father, where he talks about Francesco, who is actually out there marshalling at point 2. Francesco is the younger of the 2 Dominin brothers. There's Francesco and Filippo. Filippo is a future bright shining star, I would say. He was so quick last year, but just a bit temperamental on the track. And once he gets that down, he is surely going to be winning lots and lots of major races. But this is Italy. Italy loves Nitro. Italy loves Nitro on-road. And, yeah, so there's some big names. There's Balestri. There's possibly Torini. There's, I keep mentioning Matteo. Yeah, there's those Balestri and Matteo are both former European champions. I don't think Balestri's won a world championship. But feel free to correct me in the RC Racing TV YouTube chat if I'm wrong. But everyone has finished and they're starting to come into the pits now. And we are just about ready for the 5th and fastest heat. So there's your finishing results. It's Guillermo Rosario Guillermo, Daniel Shepis, David Stepanizzi, Lycaris, Diekman, Pierrella, Garita, Kazao, Strasser, and Dominine did not get any laps in.
Oh, this is good. We've got timing back, which is
Yes.
fantastic. We're just looking at the pit lane exit there. You're all watching on various social networks, but if you're watching on RC Racing TV's YouTube or Facebook or EFRA's Facebook, then you will find that Padlet link to the basically PDFs that get regularly uploaded, isn't it, Frank? It's PDFs of.
It
of
does
the
look like
results
that.
and
Yeah, it's not live. So I don't. I don't think there is a live updated thing. I still can't find a driver listing. There might be I think the free
The
practice.
standings from controlled practice, which had Dario with the fastest lap.
Yeah, I think that's as close
But that
as we're going to get to like a driver
Yeah.
listing. So you can, if there's a particular racer that everyone wants to see, there's you can check that out. Yeah.
BM
Who's up?
Clutch Spring says, "Good morning, Naxos. Full gas to all with
Full
a
gas.
fire rocket and strong arm emoji." Alex Youssef said, "Michael Tomher would TQ this event." Well, you've got to be here to be able to TQ it. That's the first stage of TQing or winning anything is actually turning up. Minotaur King 1 says, "Mark?" ? And then
As
in the
in
following
Reinhard?
message, "Mark, are you there?" He's not spelt Mark correctly if it's Reinhard, but I don't know. Mark, if you're here.
Maybe MARK maybe means Mark Green.
Yeah, Mark Green.
Yeah, who is, I don't know. He's I don't think he's done international races in quite a bit. I
Maybe
might
it's
be
another
wrong.
Mark they're looking for.
Could be.
Jan Rithaiski says, "Thanks for the
Hey.
coverage." Well, thanks for watching, Jan.
Yeah.
We feel even better now we know you're here.
Yeah, tell your friends.
If you're watching along to the EFRA 1/10 IC Track Euros, brought to you by X-Ray, then please put some comments in the YouTube and let's get the discussions going. Dario seemed to be the fastest. I don't know.
Well, it's
how
showing
he's been
Tony
this
Gruber.
morning, but
Yeah, Tony Gruber's after controlled practice, which again was only a single round of controlled practice. So take that with a grain of salt. We've got Tilo Diekman out there. We've got Melvin Diekman on the stand, and Tilo is marshalling at the moment. So yeah, there's could be another Diekman in the top 10. There could be Dominine. Like I said, Filippo was slight surprise to not be in the top 10. But we do have Milan Holtius, who's very quick. Probably the Dutch racer that most people aren't familiar with. He's pitting across from Grooskamp, who's the other Dutch racer that everyone will be familiar with. He was running third at one point in the final last year, so he's definitely earned his spot in this one. My man Matteo is at the moment seated third. So this is, it's quite interesting the way the control practice is. It's practice, but it's still seeding practice. I don't know if they're going to reseed the racers after or during the lunch break, for Q4 and Q5. So maybe these might change for the final two rounds. Who's racing in Q4 and 5? So we'll see. But that's one of those questions that. If I were able to walk around and without being tethered by how many cords is my head attached to the desk with, I can try to get that answered. But so let's see who we can follow. So we've got car numbers, we've got names, and we've got cars zipping past. The easy one to go. Let's Zach through the kink right now and about to go on the straight. He's the only one going on the straight right now. Is that white and orange car? That is Gilles Grooskamp, former world champion, running, I believe, the Tamiya way back when at his home track in Heemstede. coming through the kink, straightening it out on that inner sweeper. The outer sweeper, full gas down the straight, hitting 60, 70 miles an hour, and across the finish line into the hairpin, coasting through the pit area, the pit straight, and then back through the kink once again. And that is about 15 seconds or so. Thilo Diekman was telling us yesterday in the wide category, they're almost at the point where they can match the some of the touring car drivers in with the wide cars. Maybe not these guys though. They're going pretty quick. We don't have lap timing information, unfortunately. But Balestri, after a few laps, has jumped up there. After 4 laps, has jumped into the top. He's swapping around with Tony Gruber. We've got Raiola, Grosskamp. So the top 4 or 5 easily swapping places. Thurston threatening. So Balestri, after a couple more laps now, looks like it's kind of shaking out where it's Balestri, Grosskamp, and Gruber are battling for that top spot. Thurston not quite able to make it into the top spot, but we had a very good chat with him yesterday as well. That'll be another video piece. Wanted to make sure that we got some of the notable and notorious. Not that anyone here is notorious, I would say, but Thurston and Matteo, after last year's Euros, definitely were not in the greatest of headspaces, and had a good chat with both of them actually. If you missed the chat with Matteo, we might be playing that in later, but it's definitely on yesterday's live stream. If you catch that on Facebook or YouTube, on whichever channel that you're watching this on, it's a very nice chat. The former European champion Alessio Mazzeo, and I don't know. I would think he's probably not calling himself an up and coming racer. I think Thurston's in a much more happy headspace now this weekend than he was last year. He's under quite a lot of pressure, and anyway, he's out there and going pretty quick, but not quite as quick as Dario, who, again, on yesterday's live stream, very nice little impromptu track walk with him, and he was telling us while he was getting rained on, he's like, can we get under the awning? He's like, no, let's get out here and get rained on, and you can walk us around the track. So we are with that is Grosskamp being very well harassed, almost. I think that's Balestri who's just passed him. Be interesting. Let me get the car numbers these guys are going past. As the car number 2 and the car 5. I think that is Balestri. It is. So teammates passing each other. And I'm sure sharing plenty of setup information. Oh, Balestri sideways. Getting passed by Grosskamp. Let's see what happens now. Is Balestri going to pile the pressure on, or they're just going to take it easy? Ooh, sideways again for Balestri. But that was the last lap, so not the greatest of qualifying for them there, but because they're possibly slowing each other up. But let's see how that ended up when the results come through. So Gruber taking that one, Raiola, Balestri taking 3rd, Tironi jumping up there into the 4th, and Grosskamp in 5th. Mazzeo, Diekman, again that's Melvin Diekman. So we got two sets of brothers out there. Diekman, the 2 Diekmans are in, obviously they're in the next race as well, so one should be marshalling, but he's actually racing. And then we've got the Domanin brothers, a much younger pair of Italians.
Good stuff. So Dario continues to be the fastest on track. Would that be the case?
Tironi, I think it was that took that one.
Ah, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dario, I think was second or third.
I noticed how much Dario says he loves the track, so he obviously is getting on very well there. Est Foxy says Nitro cars go brr. True. Minotaur King's still watching, saying hello to all. He's watching from, or they're watching from Greece, and
nice,
are a
cheering
Greiner
on,
fan.
Yeah. Very
no
good.
Greiner. Esther Fox is asking, what's the wide category? Well, glad you asked. We have a video with Thilo Diekman coming in a bit, don't we?
Yeah. It was a really
that
interesting
very
chat.
subject.
Yeah. One of those sort of resurgent sort of classes that's been updated a bit, and if you're really good, you can make them just as almost as fast as a Nitro touring car, the 200 mil. But these are the 235, basically a renewal of the 235 millimeter class from way back when. I believe it kind of died out in the late 2000s or maybe early 2000s. But yeah, it's an interesting. I think it's a quite cool way. I kind of described, although he's not a large scale racer, I kind of described it as the way the F1 category in large scale is meant to be sort of the fun class that brings people into the championship, and then maybe they sort of graduate to the fast category where it's a bit faster, a bit larrier. But yeah, I think it'll be good. And there's only 5 racers here, I believe, but it's pretty good. I think it'll be a grower, as they say. So we see Grosskamp and Balestri talking, doing the old motion of, oh, I was inside, you were outside, or maybe the other way around. Yeah, they see him pointing at bits of the track. You can't. Yeah, you could. The speck of red that's in the camera shot there from this angle. So there's still a few minutes to go. I think a little bit more of a space. So this is Q2 about to start. Engines are running. It's a couple of minutes of warm up, and then we go into the qualifying itself.
Oh, this is cool. So we're actually starting with wide. So,
yes.
So
wide is the first one. Yes. And then so you see all the fast guys are out there. We've got Balestri, we've got Maceo, we've got Tironi. Where's Milan? Don't see Milan. Milan is out there. Yeah. So, like I said, the fast guys who were just on track. I think they're giving the Diekmans a bit of leeway because Melvin Diekman is racing in Q5, and then he's supposed to be technically marshalling, but obviously the way the international team system works at the European Championship events is the team manager is supposed to sort that out, and if he can't, usually the team manager comes out and does the marshalling, covers that marshalling duty for the racer who's not out. So there's supposed to be 5 out there. There's only 3 on track. I believe that is Thilo Diekman's girlfriend bringing his car out. And, yep, there's Thilo going up onto the rostrum now. So, yeah, they give him a little bit of leeway, but they are losing some time on the track because of the changeover. And Thilo Diekman was just marshalling. So he's not... It's a very quick turnaround time, basically, for both of the Diekmans. But you know how we were talking yesterday, Matt, about White Lotus? It was season 2 was filmed. I mean, I'm looking literally at the hotel where it was filmed, probably a couple of years ago, and it came out. Was it last year? It came out. There is actually an even more importantly culturally significant movie series that was shot in the area. Can you guess what it might have been?
Is it The Godfather?
It is the Godfather series, yes.
Wow.
So, yeah. I won't say how many of the movie shooting locations that Zach and I were able to visit, but it's more than you would think, probably. But yeah, it's very, very, very cool. And if you haven't seen it, oh my gosh, you have to see it. So yes, Godfather and of course White Lotus 2, Series 2, both shot in this area. And there is an actual town called Corleone, but obviously there was no shooting done there. And that's about 3 hours away one way. So, but it doesn't matter. It's the actual movie wasn't. No bits of the movie were shot there. So we've got 4 cars out on track now. Time is ticking away. We're missing one. Well, neither of the Diekmans have counted a lap yet. Oh no, there goes one of them. So 4 minutes of running. We're over 30 seconds into it. One of the Diekmans is missing. I don't know if that means... I hope that doesn't lead to Melvin Diekman just dropping out entirely, because that would be a shame to lose 20% of the field and just deciding it's too much hassle to race 2 runs in a row. But Thilo immediately up into the top spot. Like I said, I believe he... Well, I just assumed Thilo would be the one to beat here, but actually I'm assuming his brother, Melvin, is actually qualified, well, pre-qualified better than him through control practice. So maybe the Diekmans are going to be battling to see who makes it into the big show, the A final, which is scheduled for 3 o'clock local time on Saturday. Tomorrow. But we've got Thilo Diekman out there in the top spot. Actually, at the moment, it's Piprato and Diekman are swapping. Philpott, I think that is Bob. Or no, Bob Harley is just popped into the second. Bob Harley from the UK. As always, he's one of those really friendly faces that we always see at the Nitro races, whether it's BRCA or EFRA. He's at probably every Nitro race that we go to. Always pitting with Alex Thurston and Papa Thurston. I don't know his actual name. I just call him Alex's dad or Papa Thurston. I'll have to get his name in a bit. And getting a little bit of freeze framing there. I'm not sure what is happening. So yes, someone did ask about the 235 category. I'll probably just kind of bore everyone else who's not interested in this, but because I did explain it, but we will have a further explanation. I'll just do a very basic thing. Basically, this is a sort of a refresh of the old 235 millimeter from way back when, which was when it was scaled down 1/8 scale cars and 15 size engines. And this is back in the day when the 8 scale cars were using 25 size engines and then 21 size engines. And the 10th scale 235 millimeter class, in the old days, they were just scaled down 1/8 scale cars with smaller engines. So these cars are basically wider Nitro touring cars, which, again, in the circular sort of design of RC in this case, which are themselves, Nitro touring cars are themselves much smaller versions of the 1/8 scale pan cars from back in the day, with all the wild adjustable sway bars, and I think they started with solid axles, and then now I think they've got gear dips in the back. There's so much tech that goes into these. But the Nitro cars, the Nitro touring cars, I should say, the 200 mil class, very, very complicated. They're narrow. The aero is narrower. The tires are narrower. The cars themselves are narrower. The engines are super, super powerful. And so the 235 class, or the wide category, just to make it briefer, the tires are wider, the cars themselves are wider, there's more aero, and they're just easier to drive. So it's meant to be sort of a, hey, you want to drive Nitro touring car? Well, here, start with this category. And at least one brand, I'm not sure if all brands are doing it, but I know at least one brand is doing it. If you buy the wide version of the car, handily, it comes with everything you need to make it either wide or a Nitro touring car, so 235 or 200 mil. So that's pretty handy, I would say. You kind of get two cars for one.
Are they different bodies?
They are completely, well, not completely. They are different bodies, yes, because it's one is 3.5 centimeters wider than the other, so it's over an inch wider. It's like 1.25 inches. So yeah, they are wider. So they have more aero, more mechanical grip, but they use the same engines, most of the same. Well, all the running gear is the same. All the suspension gear is the same. The only thing that's different is the rear body mount and the wheels and tires, basically, and the body. I won't mention that the bodies are probably like, 30 or 40 euros or pounds each. And I've seen like stacks of 10 bodies in some of the pits. But yeah, it's still, it's not the cheapest way to to go out, but it is racing, So it's, if you're trying to move up from, say, fronty, maybe you're too tired of how complicated Nitro touring car is, maybe you could convert it to a wide class and get a couple friends to do it and show up at a club meeting and go, hey, can we run a class of these cars? We got 5 or 6 of us wanting to do this. Let's do it. And generally, the club organizer will probably say, well, yeah, that's another bunch of race entries that we can get in. So why not? You see Mr. Bob Harley out there. I'm not sure. I'm not sure which one of these chaps is Melvin Diekman. We got Sabrina Ialaci, wife of Daniele, is here. She was actually replying on some of the EFRA posts yesterday, the other day, with the live timing link, that Padlet.com. Well, not live. I shouldn't say live timing, but the results link. So this is the first of the touring car qualifiers. This is just warm up right now. So you can see the pit action. Cars coming in, getting slightly. Now I was talking with earlier with Milan's pit crew. I think it's his dad. And he was saying that the track will be getting faster and faster as we go on. So it's a bit unfortunate that we don't have actual live timing with the lap times available, so we can see that happen in front of our eyes. But it will be pretty good. The track gets more and more grip. And that racing line goes from maybe being 1 car wide to maybe being 2 or even 3 cars wide by the end of the day. So that will be quite interesting. So just to run down, I'm going to try and do this maybe once per round, the times for today. So qualifying, we're in qualifying 2. We've got qualifying 3, which will start at about, I think we're running about 10 minutes late. I'm not sure. So about half past 12 local time. We're in Central European time. And that will, Q3 will finish at, third round of qualifying will finish a little bit after 1 p.m. Then we have a lunch break. And then we have 2 more rounds of qualifying. Not sure if we're going to have a reseed. And qualifying will finish just after 4 p.m. local time. And then we go about 45 minutes later. We go into Super Pole, and then we have the quarterfinal B and the quarterfinal A, and that will wrap up the end of the day at about, it's probably going to be 15, 20 minutes. I'm not sure. It looks like it's maybe 20 minutes. That will finish up the end of the day at about 6:30 or 6:40 local time. So who are we with? Who has Zach chosen to be our first victim? That's the car 4 of Cauchy. I'm not sure of Signori Cauchy's first name, but he's coasting through the pit area. Oh, and he gets sideways and lets that car pass. Didn't get the car number of that one. Let's see who has just gotten past him on the whoa, and he goes wide. Oh! Big. Well, it wasn't a takeout. It was just a mistake, and he was coming back onto the track. That car 8. I think we were meant to have a replay there, but there we go. Oh, no. That is... and there's Teo from Amsheet doing a little bit of corner marshalling there. Don't see any of the wheels pointed the wrong way, but that was, unfortunately, that was car 4 of Cauchy is the one we're looking at there. Car 2, sorry, of Jones. That's Dan Jones, the GT8 section chairman. Section chairman. We have a nice little chat with him as well because we're hoping to have the GT8 European Championships here next year. So it's another Nitro category, but bigger. Even bigger than the wide. I think even bigger than the 1/8 scale. But not quite as fast. And just less aero because they're bigger sort of touring car GT style bodies. And I'm quite guilty of looking at when we go to these events, quite guilty of going, man, this class would be really fun to race. And then the next time we go, oh man, this class would be really fun to race. But I genuinely think the GT8 category would really be fun to race because it's enclosed. They're buggy-sized touring cars, basically, in electric and nitro versions. And I think there's... Oh my goodness! Did we get that? I think we did.
No. Well, for the highlights reel, yes. For a replay right now...
Okay,
it's okay. I'm behaving very well.
Right. Okay. No problem. I hit the save this button and hopefully it's saved. I'm not. I'm watching the action on track more than I am watching the action on the screen. So at the moment, but I'm trying to train myself to look at the screen a bit more. So who are we following now? I think this is that car who was first come a cropper. This is the car 7, so it's not the one I was thinking of. Car 7 of Scuderi. I'm not sure the first name, but it starts with an F. I'm just going to say Francesco because that's, the best name. Scuderi coming across the finish line into the hairpin. Quick blip of the throttle, coasting through the pit section. He's trying to straighten out the kink, but he's got that green and white car ahead of him. He doesn't want to take him out. Coming down the main straight. A little wobbly coming down the straight. It's a nice scheme, though. At least it's got 3 colors on it. I think there should be at least a 2-color minimum on these race cars because this particular one isn't too bad. We've got the number 1 car in white. We've got the 5 in all green. All the other cars have at least white on them, as well as a bright color, as we're coming into the pits now. Yeah, this particular round is okay because there's only the one solid color body out there. You know what I just realized though, Matt?
Go on.
Were we meant to maybe let Zach get some extra footage somewhere else as we're heading into the third qualifying heat?
Oh, true, yeah. Okay, well, we'll save that for the next.
I suppose, one. Yeah. Sorry, Zach. Yeah, completely missed that one. So in coming up in the next one, this is the finishing order. So sorry, it's gone now. But so round or heat 3 of qualifying. This is the second round. Got Gloren, Mussolino, Pellois, I think, Scuderi, great name, Turco Bryce, Reiskov, Vandal, Eduardo Domanin, and Legay. So I think this is Francesco Domanin, the younger of the Domanin brothers. The one who doesn't take it so serious is how his father Fabio puts it. It's Filippo who is the one I was kind of going on a bit earlier. I can't remember what position he was in the final, but he kind of kept taking himself out. I remember hearing the hits of the car, of Filippo's car at the Gubbio track, where he would hit the kink, the berm of the kink, and go flying into the wall on the inside of the track. And it was just, everybody was like, ooh, what is that noise? But hopefully hopefully he's calmed down a bit. I mean, he's still a young guy. I'm not sure. I need to find out from Fabio how old the brothers are, but I would say he's no more than 13 or 14, and his younger brother, who's in this one, Francesco Domanin, I believe he's maybe 9 or 10. But it remains to be seen if Francesco takes it more seriously, and if Filippo will calm himself down a bit. I'm sure we'll find out. We'll have some more answers by the end of the weekend. There's our runners and riders in this one. So it's Giuseppe Mussolino, Freddy Pellois. Just looking at the first name so I can have something else additional to call all these racers by. So you may have heard the track announcer, which is a computer voice. Nice thing about all these European races, they're all run by a computer, basically. Although there is capacity for the race director to stop the timing. But basically it just automatically says you have 5 minutes until something happens, and then 5 minutes later the buzzer goes, and that's it. There's no argument from anybody, because computer says this is what's happening. So about a minute and a half in this warm-up period. I think it's about 3 minutes or so. It's not really timed. I mean, it is timed, but we don't see the clock counting down. And then 4 minutes of qualifying per qualifier race. So 1 minute left, and then the drivers will start getting called in about 45 seconds or so. They'll start getting called in to the into the pit lane, where the mechanics will do one final possible engine tweak on that high-end needle, refuel, splash and dash, because the fuel tanks last 5 minutes or so. Depends how thirsty they're running them. There we go, 30 seconds, and they're starting to come in already. And now they're going to be held in the pit lane. See Julie Thurston, the EFRA chairman. So a couple of cars have gone out, maybe a little earlier than they should have. Okay, well they're letting them go. It's okay. It was the 9 and 4 of Domanin, actually, and Scuderi. Domanin wasn't caught by the start of the clock, so the first car to go out, he's doing an extra lap, basically. So now he started his lap. So, Zach, if we catch the last pink car going through the kink right now, and he's about to come on the straight. He's at the end of the straight now, across the finish line now. into the hairpin. That is Francesco Domanin. Let's follow him for a bit because we didn't really look at him on track, I don't think at all last year, really, like specifically. Let's see if he's able to catch this gaggle of cars that's ahead of them. There's a group of 3 cars that are kind of, they've done the initial bumping and barging, stuff like that, and sort of sorted themselves out, but I think Domanin is going to be catching them up in a few laps. Doing about 15, 16-second lap times. And this is the younger of the 2 Domanin brothers. Father Fabio is in the pits looking after them both. I saw Filippo. Filippo is the only one walking around with a baseball cap, or baseball style cap, and full motocross goggles on. Like the Nitro buggy guys do. So it looks like Francesco's kind of falling behind these guys. 2 cars in front have just come together unwisely. So yeah, let's stick with and they knock each other out. Well, that was that. So Francesco coasting around as we were told by Dario, kind of just coast and let the car slow itself down through that pit complex. Kind of a decreasing radius set of curves that are coming up just now. Quick blip of the throttle, let the car just let it coast around there, and then straighten up through the kink. I think he goes a little bit wide through that first hairpin coming into the kink, but maybe that's just his preferred line. We'll see it happen again here as the number 3 car, who's that, of Pawa, trying to catch up to him, but Pawa is, let me find out the correct pronunciation of that, but Pawa, catching up to him. Let's see where Francesco's running. At the moment he's leading, actually, so it's a good car to stick with. So I may have missed it, but he may have just passed Francois while I was looking down briefly. But he's able to stay ahead, so it's no problem. Unless Pawa is just genuinely quicker. Now, the one thing that I am very, very unsure of is if the timing results that we're seeing, if it's showing the overall qualifying time, or if it's showing the actual qualifying of where the drivers sit in the 3 consecutive lap qualifying. So the timing that we're seeing, I'm not sure. I'll have to ask our man Vito what we're actually seeing on the screen. It looks like Pawa has gotten past Domanin now, so what is that showing them? Domanin's dropped down a bit, but Pawa, I mean, it's definitely the car 3, isn't it? The bright yellow, yeah. Domanin's dropping back. He's got another car on him, and he's been passed again. So take the results with a hefty grain of salt. So we'll just see what we can see coming down. What's happened there? I didn't see that crash happen, but just in case, we'll save that bit. I didn't catch the car number, but that white and pink getting rescued. Got 2 or 3 cars having to get rescued out of that one. So that is 10 racers in that one. So Mussolino, Gloren, Bryce, Eduardo, Legay, Pelwa, Domanin, Reiskov, Vandal, and Scuderi. So in the next one, that was Heat 3. So we've got Heat 4 coming up. So the next fastest group of racers. And In the qualifiers, at least for the pre-lunch qualifiers, it's another thing we need to clarify with the organizers. These qualifiers that we're watching right now were seeded by the control practice. There was one round of control practice that happened before we came on air, and that basically set the where the racers would be placed in the qualifying rounds. Now, what I mentioned I wanted to clarify something, and that thing is just to ask the organizers if there will be a reseed during the lunch break. The lunch break is scheduled for about 1:15 local time to 2:30. There may be a reseed during the lunch break to put all of the fastest guys together, or to resort, basically, using the results of Q1, 2, and 3. And so that the Q4 and 5 are changed around, possibly again. So, Matt, you're back.
I'm back. Elias Hedstrom is asking, is anyone racing for Sweden? I don't believe they are.
I don't believe so, no.
Swedish racers. So, no, sorry, Fabio, there's no... Elias and Fabio are both discussing Swedish pilots. It's an important question, and it's now been answered. There are none. Sorry. Lars Stubbholm. A few people have joining in on a discussion about the Thelos, Diekman, Topman, Melvin, the whole situation here. I don't know if you're probably discussing that at some point. Relations between people. And it's all theories at this stage. Lars Stubbholm is saying Thilo Diekman is married to Melvin's sister, I think. They are not brothers.
Okay.
But then Fernando Campetti, yes, Thilo Topman single, Thilo Diekman married. So make of that what you will. Again,
well,
this is just hearsay. This is this is just people's discussion. We're not casting aspersions or we don't know.
Well, the very last thing I want to do is go up to all three of them and say, "How are you all related?" Because people on social media are asking.
Yeah.
What's going on here? It's just like, do they, the Curb Your Enthusiasm sort of like circle of hand thing? Like, what is all this? No, I'll check out. I mean, we had a good talk.
You can find a subtle way.
Yeah.
You can find a subtle way to, maybe show your family tree and say, hey, we're all showing family trees.
Yes.
You want to show yours? We're all,
I'm sure we'll figure it out.
Amilcar RC, thank you for providing coverage of this event. RC Racing TV always do a great job. Well, I'll be honest, we are doing our best with a range of issues, as usual. But we don't have the best connection to the timing system, as often is the case. We love being in Italy. We love the food. We love the people. We love the racing. We love the Nitro. We love everything about it. But sometimes we have issues connecting to... We love arancini.
Love it.
Oh, yeah. But the timing system, sometimes we have issues to connect to. But we're figuring it out on the fly. Stefan is a genius, and he if anyone can make this work, he can, and it is working, so that's all good. With regards to the 3 laps, we need to reflect the 3-lap situation, but we don't know if we're getting that data from the timing system. So please bear with us. You're all so kind. Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, at the moment, I'm using the. I don't have a printout of the drivers either, so that's another thing I need to. One of 3 things I need to check out. I'm just using the list of drivers as they're moving up and down, just kind of, like I said, as a grain of, take that with a huge grain of salt, meaning don't completely trust it that these are the official qualifying times. Actually, if you do want to look at the official qualifying results for each run, you can go to the Padlet.com information link, and that's on the Facebook pages for EFRA and RCTV. Is that right?
It is, yeah. The link is pinned in the RC Racing TV YouTube channel, so please go there. And you can hit that link and get the info.
great. Perfect. So, yeah, so if you do want to see the actual official results, I maybe don't have enough fingers to do that live between each, or, you know, everything that's going on. So feel free to do that and discuss amongst yourselves. But, yeah, so once again, we don't have Filippo Domenin running in this one. Very interesting. So I wonder what is happening. Francesco is running, the younger one, and you know, but the faster one, Filippo, is not running in this race again. So, not sure what is happening. So that's maybe the first surprise that we've got. Diekman is up there. Slightly surprising that he's not top, but then, you know, you can't always be up there. But yeah, it's Tilo that's out there. Melvin is in the next round. And if I remember right, he did not run in the wide Q2. This is the second of 5 rounds of qualifying. The fastest guys are in the next race immediately after this one. And the sun is out. The wind is up. I see flags. Not quite snapping or cracking, but they are flowing nicely. We've got clouds. The possibly threatening rain clouds are not appearing, which is excellent news, which is definitely what we have wanted after the last day and a half of rain. Actually, coming on 2 days. But yeah, so looking forward to some great racing. So let's see who we are following here. Zach has caught. This is the no side number. Well, it's a number 1 car. Is that Filippo? You know what? Filippo is out there. This is Filippo. But he's not counting any laps. So what is happening here? Well, it's got a number 1 on the side anyway. It's supposed to be Filippo. As you can see on the timing, in that number 9 spot, it says 1. That is the driver number, which is supposed to match the car number that's on. So we'll try and watch it for another lap or so. I want to have a look at the time. Because he's on the track by himself, I can see who crosses the lap. No, I think that is Domenin with with a faulty transponder or something is happening there.
So that's something else we need to find out in the lunch break. What's going to happen there? Because he's not going slowly, and he will not be happy with being last place.
No, he's just pulled into the pit. I see. Yes, Francesco has picked up that car, which means that is Filippo. And Filippo's just come off the rostrum wearing his motocross goggles. So, maybe his dad told him, just keep running and I'll try and get your laps in or something, which I doubt is going to happen. I don't think they can just. It's your responsibility as a mechanic and racer, or as a unit. You're meant to have all of your electronics working for the timing equipment to properly count you. So I don't know. I'm not saying that that's what Fabio's going to try to do or is doing, but I mean, I don't know. So yeah, an issue potentially.
So just to confirm, there is some data for Filippo Domenin because in Q1 he's in 11th place. And so again, I don't know necessarily whether to take that with a pinch of salt, but on the Padlet link, which is
okay.
in YouTube, and it's pinned, and you can go in there and you can look at the Q1 results. Yeah, he's there. So again, take it with a pinch of salt. I'm sure all will be well.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, people. Roberto Riboni, Fabiano Morelli, the transponder, millions of question marks.
Yeah.
Roberto, OMG, the transponder doesn't count the laps. I think it does. I think it's just a connection with the timing system. I think it will all be fine. An update from Maho Nice on the Philo situation. Yes,
we're going to have
true.
to sort this out
Philo.
before it becomes like a thing.
Philo married Melvin's sister. So there's two people saying that now. So,
But Melvin is also named Diekman. There's Melvin Diekman and Thilo Diekman. Melvin Diekman is racing. He's in this. He's racing now. He's on the track.
There you go. Well, they're not saying he doesn't exist.
I know, but well, okay. Let me put it another way. If you're Joe Smith and you meet Betsy Smith, or no, you meet Harold Smith, and then you meet his sister Betsy,
right?
And you're all Smiths, and then you're Mr. Smith, and you marry Ms. Smith, and you become the Smiths.
Yeah.
I mean, but I suppose she doesn't have to change her name.
No, of course not.
I mean, it's
Max
just
Chan
unique.
is
It's
saying,
just how it is.
It's one of them. Max Chan is saying Raiola with two bicep emojis. So clearly,
he's looking good.
There.
Carmine, yeah,
he's looking good. He's currently after Q1 he was 6th. Let's go Filippo, says Roberto Riboli. Go Francie Gas, says Fabiano Morelli. And I wholeheartedly agree.
Go who? Was that France or
Francie Gas? I mean, go France, go Gas. I don't know, but there you have it. This is the EFRA 1/10 IC Track European Championships 2023 coming to you live from Sicily. You can see the cars exiting the pit lane for their second. This is the fast guys going out for their second qualifying round.
It's the Battle of Mount Etna, which you can see just in the background of that the pit exit shot. That is literally Mount Etna, a live, living, breathing volcano. Not too far away from us. Just it's dominating the horizon to the left of our main camera shot. So who are we following now? I think we're on. Wow, I think it's car 4. They're quite fast. That is Raiola, I think, that we're on. Let me just confirm. Yeah, that's Carmine there. Let's stick with Raiola for a little bit. He is, oh dear, there's 3 bright orange body shells directly ahead of him. So he's coming up on the orange crew of the car 1, 6, and 8, which is Gruber. 6 is Tironi, and 8 is Holthius from Holland. He's already passed Holthius. Raiola looking powerful. Who was fastest in this one? I think it was Tironi. No, it wasn't Tironi. It was White. No, Gruber. Gruber and Balestre were also very quick in the first round. Raiola coming through the kink, the inner sweeper, powering through down the main straight, across the finish line, around the hairpin, quick flip of the throttle, coast. Got a little sideways there coming out of the pit complex. We don't have any. Oh, we have a dead car. Who is that? Oh, stop and go for somebody. I just heard. I should have brought my binoculars. I can't see. Tilo just picked up a car that is dead. It's sat at his feet. So we're still on Raiola. He's, I think that's Tironi that he's trying to hassle. Not quite able to get past him. He's already passed Holthius. One of the faster guys on the Infinity team, but Tironi, I'm going to assume he's been here a few times for the Italian National Series. Coasting around. That's a great set of corners there. I love a good decreasing radius set of corners. Down the main straight. Across the finish line. He's getting ever closer to Tironi. There's just 3 minutes. No, 3 minutes down. There's 1 minute, just under a minute left. Oh, slight tap. But he got past, not called by the ref. There are I believe there's there's one EFRA referee. It's so great that there's multiple bright orange bodies. And they all have black wing end plates as well. I think that was Tironi that got past Holthius. Just half a minute left. Got Balestre, Grubert, Raiola, Grosskamp, Tironi. That just slid sideways. I think it was Balestre in the car 5. Or no, that's car 5 is Grosskamp. That's the end of the run anyway. Doesn't look like any serious damage was done. And that's the end of Q2. So, Zach, if you can lock that off. So we're going to go to set of still cameras now. And this is
still.
This is the last round before our lunch break. Yeah, go for it, Zach. And so this looks like they're not in a massive rush to get anybody out. I don't hear any engines going. So maybe they're having, I don't know what's happening. But
maybe they're having a cup of tea.
Espresso. No, cafe.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, an espresso, yes. So with that, shall we go to a short commercial intermission?
Yeah, let's do it.
And across the line, that is the wish, that is the win.
Dominic Greiner has won already, he just needs to cross the line, so he does so. Dominic Greiner is our European champion.
So you're watching the EFRA 1/10th IC Track European Championships 2023. This is an EFRA event coming to you live from Sicily, and it's brought to you by X-Ray. We are RC Racing TV. Thank you so much for watching along. It's great to have all you people watching qualifying from all around the world as well. Max Chan thinks it's funny that I said they've gone for a cup of tea. We're not sure. Here we go. I can see people coming to the pit lane. Just a short intermission, it seems, between qualifying rounds 2 and 3. Short delay, but it looks like people are coming back to the pit lane. We are fighting a few fires in the studio, solving some timing issues and getting some more information on things that are going on around the track. You guys are watching at home and commenting along in RC Racing TV's YouTube page, which is awesome. Darren Lee, is there any live timing or results anywhere? There is no live timing. However, there are results. You just have to look at the pinned comment in the RC Racing TV YouTube page or on the EFRA or RC Racing Facebook pages, and you see a link that says padlet.com. That's the one. Go there and that gets updated after every heat with the times. That's what we're working with. So yes, it looks like no issues for Filippo Dominin. They may have had issues with the transponder, but they have counted the laps. I suppose I could take a look and see if we have yet the standings after qualifying 2. And we do. So just hearing in our ears that there is discussions going on because there is a strong suspicion that there will be very bad weather tomorrow, finals day. So, and depending on which weather app you look at, slightly different forecasts. And also there is a issue with Dominic's transponder, and they are working on that as well. So a few issues going on at the track today, all fun and games. So there are discussions going on about how many races they're going to fit into today. Potentially we'll see the quarterfinals take place this afternoon. We'll get that far. 5 rounds of qualifying, Super Pole and the quarterfinals all today. And then that will just leave us with the semi-finals and the main final tomorrow. Or quarterfinals may be pushed into tomorrow, depending on how the weather's looking for tomorrow when we look at the forecasts for later today. When I say we're just sat here clinging on for dear life as the organisers do their best to cope with the weather and the technical issues surrounding any major event. Come under various issues, so we just got several of them all at the same time here, so it's all fun and games. Anyway, after the second run, I can tell you qualifying
All right, everybody. Ignore the graphics that are on the screen at the moment. It's or that were on the screen. We don't actually. It's not the wide category that's out at the moment. It is actually, I believe, it's going to be Heat 4. It might be Heat 3. Dan is out there. Let's see who is. I don't see. Yeah, this is qualifying Heat 3 that's out there at the moment. Because of the power cut that we had, it wasn't just us, it was the entire pit area here at the Giordani Naxos Mini Autodromo circuit in the east of Sicily, the east coast of Sicily. So we various, obviously, like with any power cut and lots of computer equipment. So we lost a lot of connections, and the timing has also kind of borked itself. So, so apologies, but we're just going to run these last two heats possibly without the live timing on the screen. So Zach is, I think, on the radio comms. And we've just got not long to go in this Heat 3. And at least I know that Tilo Diekman is out in Heat 4, along with Filippo Domanin. He's just picked up Francesco, his little brother. He's just picked up Francesco's car. So Heat 4 is about to come out. So as I was saying, apologies for the lack of the live timing on the screen. Obviously, we are working to sort that out as quickly as we can. But we only have 2 qualifying runs to go before the lunch break anyway. So we'll may just end up talking everyone through it. And if you go onto the Padlet.com link that is in the RCTV chat, and I believe it's in the EFRA, YouTube, and Facebook posts as well, you can find the results at least. We don't have live timing on a website, so it's all. There's a lot of technical gadgetry and wizardry happening very deeply behind the scenes to make even the live timing come on the screen. So that's why there's quite a bit to do for us here. So I can see Tilo Diekman. We've got Zach on the moving camera. You can see Tilo on the stand, I believe. Yes, I see Filippo, a couple people over from him. Let's see if we can... oh, yeah. No. The only another unfortunate thing of not having the live timing on the screen is we can't see if Filippo Domanin, his transponder is working. So I did have a quick chat with Fabio, Filippo's father, to ask what's happening with his transponder. And he said he changed something because I think it wasn't working in the first. Whoa, there goes, Filippo. Dangerous. Sliding off. Okay, we're following these two, the yellow and the orange car. That's the 9 and the 0. I think one of those is Tilo. Tilo, again, finishing third at last year's European Championships in Gubbio. Enjoying the champagne with his countryman Dominic Greiner. Unfortunately, not here this week to defend his championship because of various other things going on in his RC racing life and family matters. So he's not attending this one. Obviously, he's going to be at the 1/8 European Championships in Portugal and at the Worlds in Japan. So I suppose you could say bigger fish to fry than the Nitro touring car. Oop. Oh, and another bit of clarification, I should say. Talk to the race organizer himself, Vito. So the three consecutive lap practice. Apologies for even mentioning it because that does not apply during the qualifying rounds. Qualifying is set by the total time. So the total time, total number of laps with the time being the tiebreaker for qualifying. So the 3 consecutive lap thing, completely ignore that. I should have never mentioned it. That only applied during controlled practice. So these guys are going for total race time. So as many laps as possible in the least amount of time. And let's see who we're following. We're following this bright orange car going into the through the kink now. Going on the inner sweeper. Full power down the main straight now into that 90-degree turn. That's Filippo Dominine. And hopefully, I dare to hope that he's actually catching some laps. So as the track is coming on, we've got some additional cloud cover now coming over. So the track may have cooled down a bit, but the traction is coming up. And we're following the young, hot racer, Filippo Dominine. Down the main straight, across the finish line, around the hairpin, blip of gas, coast it around those decreasing radius turns in the pit complex, straighten the kink out, full gas now through the sweeper, down the main straight, and again, crossing the finish line. That's how quick a lap here is at the Midi Autodromo Giordano Naxos circuit. We're on the east side of Sicily in Godfather and White Lotus territory. And it looks like we have timing back. The programming gods and quick fingers from Matt and Stefan have worked their magic. And so now we can see where people are sitting. We've got Giarita, Guillermo, Shepis, Diekman, Dominine is counting his laps. That's great. So he pops through, not quite taking over the top spot, but nearly. Kazao, Strasser, Pirella. So there's quite a fight to get into that top 10. No, that's not a quick way to go. Going on the green there for Dominine. Okay, so now that we've got timing back, let's see if we can find, let's see who we can find out there. Shepis in the car 9. I'll see where I can spot him. The car 9 is the bright yellow, just about to go underneath us in the pits. Oh, and he gets sideways. He's just ahead of the white and green car coming onto the main straight now. Shepis in that bright orange. He's one of our top guys. He had a slow lap, got a bit sideways in front of that number 7, which is the car of Kazao, who's not troubling the top at the moment. So Shepa should be able to pull away from him. Oh, and he gets sideways again. And again, letting Kazao get past. And who's that in the number 8? Trying to get past him now. That's Pirella. So battling with 2 slower cars. Shepas, has he fallen down a bit now? No, he's come across in the 3rd place. So he's kind of lost the top 2 spots. You want to stay in the top, at most, 1 or 2 spots to try and get into the A final. Of course, these guys are going to be able to bump up. Quarterfinals are scheduled to happen today, so a bit of an update about that as well while we were off air. We may be moving the finals to tomorrow and having an additional round or 2 or more of qualifying today and then finish the day with the Super Pole. So we'll see what happens. Stay tuned on that. Could all change during the lunch break, which is going to be happening in about half an hour's time or less. So we're scheduled to have
lunch break. So we have another qualifying before lunch, or is lunch happening straight after heat?
There's one more qualifying race to happen, and then we have our lunch break.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So this is qualifying heat, qualifying group 3. This is qualifying 3 and heat 5 about to go out. That's the top heat, and that's the end of this morning's qualifying session. Then we'll break for lunch.
Exactly. The 5th and last
really
qualifying
sorry
group.
Viewers, if you've found us again, all kinds of chaos going off here in Sicily. We lost the whole stream due to the power cut. The whole facility lost the power cut. We lost everything. We're back. We are going to end this stream after this top heat go out, and then we'll restart the stream again for the afternoon session. So we'll enjoy this top heat going out, and then we'll be back with you.
Yeah, so make sure and watch the socials, especially Facebook. And by the way, we should mention that if you're watching us on YouTube, please sign into YouTube so your account kind of, the algorithm or the algo remembers that you're watching us. But also subscribe to whichever channel you're watching us on, whether it's EFRA or Facebook, EFRA or RCTV. And hit the bell icon so that you get a notification, whether it's on your phone, maybe even on your web browser, on your computer, or on your tablet, however you're watching us, so that you get told when we're going live. So that way you shouldn't miss us, basically. So we have to do that annoying, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and hit that bell, that you always see YouTubers do. That is literally because...
But do that.
Yeah, do that. It is an annoying thing that all YouTubers do, but it is absolutely critical because 90% of the stuff that we put out is live. So, it's very important for you to catch us. And just so you know when we are live. So this is the warm-up period for the 5th and final heat that is going out before the lunch break. And as Matt said, after this run, which is going to finish in about 6 minutes maybe, we will go dark once again, but be sure to hit the bell icon on YouTube, or just pay attention on Facebook or YouTube for when we are going live, no matter what channel you're watching us on. So I think that's most of the housekeeping out of the way. We're just waiting for time to count down, and in this one we've got Tony Gruber, Dario Balestri, Alessio Mazzeo, Carlo Raiola, Yilis Grosskamp, Francesco Torroni, Melvin Diekman, Milan Holtius, Alex Thurston, and Signore Spiniello, because I can't remember his first name off the top of my head. So most of the cars are in the pits now. Everyone's being called into the pits. Mechanics picking up the cars. Final bit of fettling on that high-end needle. And there we go, back out onto the track. Time hasn't started just yet. 2, 1, and Yillis is first across the finish line to start. We'll stick with him for a bit. It's come around the pit complex. It's a little sideways, going into the kink now, onto that inner sweeper, outer sweeper, full gas on the straight. He's got Dario Balestre, teammate, behind him in the 2 car. Yillis, former world champion and European champion in the 1/8 class from Halifax. Dario, very possibly just very slightly closer to him that time. We don't have live actual lap timing, unfortunately, on the system, but it does look like he's gained a little bit of time on him. The gap, I think, is almost certainly slow now. Both of them getting a slightly fishtaily down the straight, or maybe just once the second speed kicks in. You see Dario catching him ever so carefully. Coming through the pit complex, that decreasing radius set of turns, straightening the kink out. Both of them getting very tentative around there. Maybe another couple of car lengths closer. Yillis and then Dario, definitely visibly closer now. Is Yillis going to let him past? Remember, it's no, it is not what I was saying before, 3 consecutive laps. I only apply to controlled practice. This is total race time for the qualifiers. Of course, these guys not having the issue of a transponder not counting, which is what happened to Filippo Dominine earlier. There we go. Yillis letting Dario past. I didn't find out where Dario is from, but I don't think he's local. I think Alessio Mazzeo is the only one who lives very close by. Alessio, of course, on a different team, running a Capricorn. Switched over from Serpent after last year. Had a good chat with him, and we might be replaying that again. But during the lunch break, if you need some more RC Nitro touring car action, you can find the stream from yesterday. And we had a nice, very friendly chat with Alessio, and also a chat with Fabio Dominine, who is Filippo and Francesco's father. And we have the orange car behind. It's the number 1, I believe that's Tironi, is catching both of these guys up. It's Tony Gruber. I'm getting the Tony and Tironi mixed up. So Tony Gruber is catching Yillis now. Yillis losing just a tiny bit more time to Dario. So if we can maybe drop back to the orange car. There we go. That's the one. That is Tony Gruber. I didn't have him on my very short list of potential race challengers or winning challengers, but he is certainly right up there now. He's been in the top 2 or 3 of every round so far, but Balestre still top of this one. Grosskamp falling behind Raiola now. Gruber, who we're on, crossing the finish line. Is he catching? It's hard to tell if he's catching Balestre because there's a car in between. He's certainly catching Grosskamp. And that's the end of the run. So not quite enough time. So that is Heat 5 of round 3 finished. We've got a lunch break now, and we'll be back at approximately, be ready to go live at 2:30. So, again, Make sure you subscribe, hit the bell, watch us on, keep your Facebook app open, whatever you got to do to make sure that you're watching us absolutely live.
Well, welcome back. We're live. Cars are exiting the pit lane for their warm-up laps. This is the EFRA 1/10 IC Track European Championships, brought to you by X-Ray. And it's the penultimate heat. It's the wide class. All 5 of them out on track for their warm-up laps. And we got Frank in the booth.
Hello there, Matt. Hello, world. And hello, Zach, on the moving camera. So as you can see on the screen, we've got Silvio Pipparato, Bob Harley from the UK, Nigel Philpott, Melvin Diekman, and Thilo Diekman. And some exciting, fresh, amazing, deep dive, journalistic, high quality updates.
Oh, you're building this up. I'm looking forward to this. This is really being built up.
Oh my gosh, it's such a big.
This is Netflix level.
This is like
docudrama.
Not just Netflix, like 7, at least 8 episode Netflix documentary special level sort of update on the Diekman clan. You know that the series that came out about in South Carolina about that the lawyer who was doing all sorts of stuff, and he recently went to jail for killing
the Murdaughs.
The Murdaughs, yeah. I think even bigger than that.
Wow.
So, are you ready? I mean, now is the perfect time to bring it up because they're warming up. Both of the Diekmans, Thilo and Melvin, are both in this one. Melvin, okay. I'm not sure how old Thilo is, but he said that he's older than Melvin. Melvin is 25, so I'm guessing Thilo is like early 30s, mid 30s. I don't know. Anyway, so the reason why they have the same last name, however, they are not brothers, is Thilo married Melvin's sister and took her last name.
There you go.
Bombshell. Literal multiple atomic bombshells. That's what we're here for, folks. Hard-hitting journalistic endeavors. Have you gone speechless, Matt? Or have I simply just unplugged it?
Sorry, I've gone speechless. I'm just doing a few bits of procedure to get us fully out there to the internet, but I think we can go over to the 4th round of qualifying for 110 wide.
Perfect. Okay. So here we are. Just, again, a super quick recap. These are the refreshed new version of the 235 millimeter Nitro track cars. Folks who have been racing Nitro for a couple decades may remember these from back in the day, as us kids say. So these are basically their wider Nitro touring cars with wider body shells, wider tires, and just wider overall. So instead of 200 mil, they're 235 mil. They're about the same length, I think. The bodies look about the same, but when you look at the car side by side, obviously these are a lot wider. And this is meant to be. This is like a. Anybody was able to enter into this one. It's not a full European Championship category because there are only 5 guys in it, 5 racers. But hopefully this will become a big thing, like similar to how Fronty and modified touring car, and there's GT12 and 12th scale, and there's F1 large scale and large scale touring car. So it's the same sort of thing. I think it's a really good idea. And if it wasn't going to get introduced into this class, it probably would have been introduced into the 1/8 category. They used to race not side by side literally, but on the same tracks and at the same events anyway, the 1/8 and the 235. So here we are. That's what this is. We do have a really cool feature featuring the super ultra controversial Thilo Diekmann. And he has a nice little explainer for us, showing us his car. So it's pretty cool. I think it's a great idea to expand the Nitro racing because as I'm sure lots of people are aware, Nitro touring car, it's kind of dropping in popularity, especially compared to off-road. So 1/10 off-road is getting big again. 1/8 off-road has never really dipped in popularity, I don't think. So yeah, this is pretty good. I think it's a good sort of feeder class and like an additional sort of support class, if you will. Formula One has Porsche Super Cup and stuff like that. So it's a similar sort of idea. So anyway, they have been off and running. It's a minute and a half left. We have I'm not sure which Diekmann is ahead. I'm going to assume it's Thilo Diekmann. Although in 1/10, you'll see that from the controlled practice seating, Melvin is in the last round of qualifying for the touring car, 1/10, and Thilo is in the second fastest group. So I'm not sure which Diekmann is ahead at the moment. So let's see who we're following coming onto the main straight. Sorry, there's a lot of preamble there. So, but car number 5, that's one of the fastest Diekmann. So let's stick with this one because it's very likely that this is going to be our top qualifier in the category. As he's coming around the hairpin, going into the pit area complex. A pretty sharp series of pair of corners there. Coming down the main straight, hitting probably 60, 70 miles an hour. Oh, we got a dead car just in front of us. It's all right. You may have heard it on the ambient mic, which is almost pointed directly at the crash site. So it's a nice little break from the Buzzin' Hornets. Down the main straight and across the finish line again, around the hairpin, into the pit area complex, decreasing radius turns there, straightening the kink out, little bit of throttle, and then off hard on the throttle there, coming into the sweeper going onto the straight. And we are done already. So, it's 4-minute qualifiers, and the qualifiers, as opposed to the way I was saying previously, the qualifying is done basically just as a straight-up race. So, the maximum number of laps you can do in the shortest amount of time.
Good stuff. Great stuff. Weather looks like you were threatening us over the lunch break with thunderstorms and showers and pestilence.
Locusts?
Doesn't look that... Sorry? Locusts?
Locusts. No, we do have some... frogs. We do have some thunderstorm-looking anvil-shaped clouds that people around the world are probably familiar with. But the range of low mountains that are directly in front of us kind of encircle this sort of area where the Naxos, the Taormina Bay is. I'm not sure exactly which it's called. It's a gulf of something. And anyway, we do have basically they collect the dark clouds and then they kind of blow over. And we did honestly hear some thunder earlier. So we've covered as much of the equipment as we can. But it seems like the immediate threat of rain is diminished. The organizers basically set the time schedule. So EFRA doesn't set the time schedule. So no complaints about EFRA, anybody. The organizers have been rushing through the rounds, so we could have a bit more relaxed pace, but they're trying to beat the rain to finish all of the qualifiers because of that threat of rain. We may have a thunder shower, we may not. There was earlier in the day, it was a 20% chance. I think currently it's a 5%, but obviously it depends on what weather service you look at, and there's all sorts of factors. So I do see another. It's maybe not quite a band of rain, but there's definitely a threatening cloud over the mountain that's directly in front of us, in front of the main camera. And we did have the last rain that we heard on the roof of the hotel last night was at about midnight. But as far as I know, this area hasn't had any actual rain all day. But the wind has picked up again. And so we'll just see.
You will never guess which Italian multiple world champion is watching this live stream right now.
Well, first guess is Kalari.
Yeah, I was going to say the first guess that you won't go for is going to be wrong. It's David Ongaro is watching.
Hey!
Hello to David.
Hello, David Ongaro. Ciao, ciao, ciao.
We also have Daniel Malley. Hello, RC World from California, USA.
Excellent.
Californian watching. Their comments on EFRA's Facebook page.
Yeah, we should mention that.
Quiet on,
yeah.
Go on.
We are showing on the EFRA Facebook page, RC Racing TV Facebook, and also on the YouTube channels of both of those as well. And are we on another YouTube channel as well?
EFRA's. Oh yes, we're on Mika News, I believe.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
Our new friend Mika News for our German fans watching.
Hello, Michael.
So, yes.
Yeah. Are we getting German commentary on that, or are they just just using this very super professional audio feed?
Exactly. Yeah. He assures us that many Germans speak English. And as long as it's not Nick Damon, then they're able to understand. So we should be good with you, Frank. We should be fine.
Perfetto. Ausgezeichnet. Bonjour.
Alles klar.
Yes. Alles klar.
Yeah. Genau. Anyway, it looks like they're going out now.
So yes, hello to everybody across Europe and across the world, whether you're in the US, Asia, wherever you're at, hello. So you can watch us on at least 3 YouTube channels and at least 2 Facebook pages, wherever you might be commenting. I mean, we are trying to maintain communications, friendly communications with everybody wherever you're commenting. I was saying earlier when you were off air, Matt, that potentially maybe just stick to the RCTV, but obviously you're looking at everything else. So that's great. So we've got in this one, obviously, as you can see on the live timing, which is moving up and down all the time because these guys have just started. So there's going to be a lot of movement up and down on the overall timing in the early stages. It does slow down. The computer does sort that out, and it does slow down that movement up and down. So apologies if I repeat someone's name or pause a bit. We've got Scuderi, Delia, Fiqueira, Grassa, Jones, Abramo, Caruana, Cauchi, and De Casare. Or De Casare? I don't know. I'm probably adding some Italian inflection in there when, most of those people aren't Italian. But I'm going to guess because we're in Italy, usually the host nation gets plenty of allotments for the driver positions. And we've gotten, the wind is really starting to pick up. You might be able to hear that on the mic. Flags are cracking. Like literally vertical flags. Or horizontal. Oh, we got a bit of argy-bargy, as we say, between the green and the pink car. Oh, and that is a nasty hit. Save that one. There's a lot of... This is the lowest of the Nitro Touring Car heats. So these are the not quite as fast as the fastest guys. So there's going to be a little bit more action as these guys are trying to pass each other and get their laps in, trying to improve their position of where they're going to start in the finals. At the moment, just so you know, speaking of finals, we are due to have the quarterfinal B and quarterfinal A kick off today at 5:30. That may or may not happen. That is still in the hands of the race organizer. We are going to have the Super Pole kick off at 4:45, which I'm told with 99% certainty by a certain Mr. Alex Thurston, who I believe is nearly in the Super Bowl category, that it's the top 4. So he says the top 4 drivers. He did say that because his mother is the chairman of the group, that he really ought to know, but he wasn't sure. So I didn't say that. He said that to me. What else? The other bit of news was... Yes?
I was going to say my understanding is it's the top 4, but obviously the pole man doesn't go in, so it's drivers 2 to 5. 2
through 3. Oh, 2. Oh, right. 2 through 5. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
The other bit of news I wanted to share as we're watching the green car go onto the main straight is the Dominines. That is the number 3 of Delia. Filippo Dominin, officially, the last time I looked at the PDFs that are on the Padlet.com site, officially he's only got in 1 run, but I asked Fabio, his father, and he said they've got their laps, it's okay. So that remains to be seen. So time has expired on the Heat 2, which is actually the first of the touring car heats. And we will see where everybody sorts themselves out. At the moment, it's Scuderi, Delia, Fiqueira, Dan Jones, Cauchi, Abramo, De Casare, Grassa, and Caruana. And usually on the final results we have little flags and stuff like that, but for I think it's just because of the timing system that is being used by the track. We don't have that handy, but you'll see the finishing positions for the 4th round of qualifying for this group. Also, it doesn't look like they did any sort of resort. I'm sure that's specific to the EFRA rules, so it's not down to the track. So we do have some flags in there, but not many. These are the Maltese. Delia, Cauchi, De Casare, and Caruana are all from Malta.
Comments starting to pick up now. Obviously, we started on a high with our double Nitro 1/8 off-road world champion joining us, Davide Ongaro. We started on a high, but all of you are just as important as a world champion. You're all champions to us.
Exactly.
You tune into this. Daniel Lu 01 is asking what type of engine are they running, like what brand? So there's a mixture of engines out there, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a bunch of engines. I think obviously Daniele Ialesi and his wife are both here supporting their drivers. I don't think there's any OS. There's a lot of, I mean, to be honest, back from when I used to attempt Nitro racing, the brand names have completely changed. You know, OS used to be one of the big ones, and I don't know, I guess a lot of people tune the OS engines, so they're not called OS anymore. They just sell them under their own brand names, which I'm pretty sure, I think that's what Ulacy does.
I would guess the Domanis are running FX.
Yes,
engines?
I was going to say, yeah, the Hootie, most or all of the X-Ray racers are going to be running the FX Hootie engine. There's a good number of X-Ray racers. There's also a good number of Capricorn and Infinity racers. So we don't have like a tech sheet of people, and we haven't had time to run around and get that information individually from the racers.
Mr. Matt Guppy is saying hi, guys. Matt Guppy, you might know, he's our favourite commentator on RC Racing TV.
Okay. Right.
No, our favourite Matt. He's our favourite Matt on RC Racing TV. And
he's our favourite Matt with 2 T's.
Yeah, they need a few jumps to spice things up. True.
They used to have jumps here.
Quite a bit of air this morning. We saw quite a bit of air on the track this morning.
Yeah.
Are you right? Have you confirmed that is you are at the facility where Ty Tessman won his Worlds?
We are, yes. We did mention that in the interview with Alessio.
Okay.
And also the stage where the podium is, it still says, I think it's 2014 or 2016 IFMAR Worlds, which is when that happened. Yeah. So this did used to be an off-road circuit, and actually, if you look at the aerial photograph on Google Maps for Mini Autodromo Giordani Naxos in Sicily, you can type all that in. You can find this location, and it's still a grass and dirt track in roughly the same layout. The bank, the sweepers at both ends of the track are the same in the off-road configuration. And yeah, it's a bit like an RC track that used to exist near where I live in the UK. It used to be a BMX track, and now, and then it became a touring car, a paved RC track after the BMX kind of kids grew up, I guess, and stopped using it. So yeah, it's something we've seen before, but never for a former World Championship track.
And the clock has started running.
Yeah. Sorry, waffling on as usual. So we've got Gloren, Mussolino, Turco Bryce, Scuderi, Legay, Pelois, Eduardo, Domanin. That's the younger of the Domanin brothers. It's Francesco Domanin, Reiskov, and Vandal, Teddy Vandal. I think that's one of Nick's favorite drivers. Yeah, here in the shadow of Mount Etna. We're between Etna and Taormina, which is where there's a lot of filming of The Godfather that was done in the area. And also the White Lotus Season 2, which was set in Sicily. And we actually popped by the hotel where that was filmed. So we're following some track action coming out onto the main straight. This bright green car chasing down the pink 9. That's the number 2 in the green. And that's our leader of this qualifying run, Mussolino, out there trying to catch up that number 9 car of Domanin. So that's Francesco in the pink. And Mussolino tracking him down. You can see him pulling in that rope very, very slowly. Seems to be catching by a few car lengths every lap. He's going to get past them soon enough, it seems. It looks like Francesco's he's pretty tidy. I mean, I don't think he's more than 9 or 10 years old. Fairly active little kid. His father saying he doesn't really put the effort into it. And it's one of these things like, as a dad, you go, well, if we just tried a little bit harder and maybe didn't do this and didn't do that, he'd be so much faster. But I think he kind of does it because his dad is really into the RC, and so is his brother, obviously. Filippo, we'll see him in a couple of races' time. Oh, Mussolino getting off track there. Oh, and there goes Francesco onto the grass as well. So there goes Mussolino past him into the hairpin. And now proceeding onwards. Full power now onto that straight. Around the sweeper, around this 90-degree bend. Lots and lots of cars getting sideways there just a bit. And if you go out too far, you end up onto the green, which is even dirtier. And at worst, you end up in the wall and possibly breaking one of your suspension arms and knocking yourself out of contention for that run. So across the finish line again, still in the top section, top of the run. So we've got Mussolino, Palois, Gloren, Legay, Scuderi, Domanin in 7th. He's just dropped down a bit as he pulled in. He's lost a lot of places now. He's just crossed again. Now he's come back up. Turco Bryce has dropped down surprisingly. And Vandal, I just noticed he hasn't even started, so we've got a DNS for him. So the wind is still quite strong, I would say. It doesn't seem to be affecting the cars going down the straight. I'm curious, that might be a... Ooh, and we got... Did we catch that? No, we didn't. Sorry. Crashing car coming directly at me. So we're still on Mussolino, I think. See if there's any other cars that are together. Of course, these guys are trying not to run together necessarily. Let's go down to the pit area. Oh, no, sorry. The run is over and cars are coming into the pits. Just saw 2 cars coming together. I thought it might be a good opportunity. Got the number 3 car running out of fuel, so that's unfortunate. Hopefully they got their last run. That was Freddie Palois. Running out of fuel just literally about 5 or 10 yards before the finish line. So not sure if he missed a lap or not. Would it have made a difference? It would. It might have. It might have bumped him into second. So
Daniel Malley is saying, I'm wondering what happened to OPS. Used to be some good engine way back in time. I don't know if you're familiar with OPS, Frank.
I think I've heard the brand name, but yeah, it's one of those sort of, I don't know. I tend to, yeah, I think probably most people who used to race a lot, you know, you'd be familiar of like a factory, like OS makes all the bits of the engines, or FX or something like that, and then you had the tuners. So I don't know if OPS was a tuner or not. But yeah, there's lots of like those little brands that have like come and gone over the years.
Speaking of the weather, Daniel Liu said, in my day, we had tyres that ran in the rain.
Yeah.
Which obviously we do in the electric. We do run in the rain. But
yeah.
In this class, we don't.
Electric uses rubber tires for both, and they have separate cars set up. So I think having the cars with the engine and all that stuff set up is just too much, like a second car. And also it's up to the individual racers, I suppose, isn't it? Or also having a product that will enable you to do it, so that the foam tires just will not let you do it. It's basically like it's running slicks. So I think there used to be, or I know there used to be some quote-unquote rain tires that were basically foam tires with deep grooves cut in them. I think that was a real product, and those kind of disappeared. I think they just didn't sell enough, so they were stopped getting made, I think.
Okay.
And
BJ
that was a while
Williams,
back.
good morning from Good morning to BJ Williams from Charlotte, North Carolina,
Hey.
USA, watching on behalf of the No Name RC podcast. Well, this is a Nitro event, and as you would say, Nitro is the glory. He's also here with some engine assistants, Pico, Sirio, Nova Rossi, OS, so many brands I remember, he says.
Yeah, those all,
Pico.
very. Yeah, we used to use. I used to use Nova Rossi engines, and those even used to be sold as own brand under. I believe it was. I think HPI was the only own brand that they had. OEM'd. So there's a car with a damaged. No, it's not shown. It just went past the camera that we're on now. Anyway, we're just in the warm-up. We've got a car with body damage that is getting sorted out in the pits. The number 7 of, who is that? Casal. So in this one, we've got the older of the two Domanin brothers, Filippo. It's interesting how, families sometimes do this. So there's father Fabio, and then there's older brother, or, first son, Filippo, and then the second son, Francesco. So I always kind of chuckle at that. This one... This has Tilo Diekman in it. Melvin Diekman is in the next one, the fastest group. And then we've got Stefanizzi, Lycaris, the Greek racer, Gaiamo, Guerita, Casal from France, and then Pirella, Shepis, and Strasser. I'm going to guess from Germany. It's a small German contingent here. I think obviously the Italians making up the largest numbers, but not like overwhelmingly large. They're not like half the racers, but there's a good number of them.
Good number of Italians on track, but there's a good number of you from all over the world watching this. Jorge Flores, hi from Puerto Rico. Maxi Diaz, hi from Spain. We already know we've got California, we've got Charlotte. Serpent Freak 82 says Kissling tyres. I don't know if that's a reference to the grooved foam tyres you were referring to before.
Possibly.
But
I can't remember the brand.
The clock has begun.
Yep, and we are off. Let's, I believe it's going to be an orange car, the car number 1. See if we can find him out there. I think he's not crossed yet. Oh, well, he was in an orange car. These guys have about 10 or 11 body shells each. Just for all different sorts of setups. Cars moving back and forward. Oh, there we go, sliding around that last corner. Coming towards you, Zach, in the pit area, the first of the orange cars, the brighter of the orange cars, the car number 1, that's Filippo Domanin, I think followed by the 7 of Casal. Domanin not doing a super impressive first lap. 16 seconds again, but he's moved up a spot, so Domanin... Let's stick with him and follow his progress on the timing tower to the right of screen. You see as he comes across, where does he come up? Does he move? No, he doesn't. So I thought he might. Maybe we'll keep an eye on him because he's an exciting racer to watch. I used to love watching Darren Bloomfield run Nitro Buggy because he's a bit wild, but he's good enough to pull it off. And this kid is just on the verge of being able to do the exact same thing. He's a wild driver. You see him getting sideways there. Maybe a little slow through that hairpin. See, as he moved up, there he goes into second. No, sorry, that's Diekman. Domanin, though, is in 5th. He's dropped down a bit because the other driver's coming through, but there's going to be a lot of movement in that timing tower on the right of screen in these first minute or so, and then it does calm down a bit as the average lap time, or as the average time, expected finishing time sorts itself out. So Domanin coming across again. What does he come across? 2nd. So yeah, he's going to be challenging for top 3 in this one. I was mentioning earlier the qualifying heats are packed, so there's 10 in every heat all the way down to the 4th one. So there's Tilo, who finished 3rd at the Euros last year. Slightly surprised that he didn't go straight into the fastest group of racers, but the the one round of controlled practice today set the seeding for the qualifying. That selected sort of the positions of the qualifying groups. You can see what I mean. Because we had lots and lots of rain yesterday and lots of rain the day before, there was a lot of practice time that was lost. So the controlled practice was basically this morning. One round of controlled practice set everybody's qualifying group. So maybe Tilo didn't have the greatest single run, and that was they were trying to get 3 consecutive fast laps. And now that we are in qualifying, they're going for maximum power, full speed, strength, speed all the way. Domanin in the top spot now. Diekman in third. Guillermo, Diekman, Domanin, Shepis all battling for their top 4 spots. Domanin back up into top. So I think Domanin's in with a good chance of being in the straight into the semis. So again, speaking of the finals, don't know if the quarterfinals which are scheduled to run today, that may change. So we're not quite sure yet. The organizers, the club organizers set the time schedule, and they've been trying to beat the rain and basically just running the classes very quickly through. Even though we don't have a packed house here, they've been trying to get all the qualifiers and the round of finals in today. But if there is no rain, there's a potential, although I would think that this would have already been decided, there's a potential that we might get another round or 2 of qualifying in at the end of the day. So there we go. That's Domanin, Guillermo, Diekman, Lekaris, Shepes, Strasser, Stefanitsi, Kazao, Pirella, and Girita.
It's time for a bit of a roll call because people are watching from all over the world, and I want more people to claim their country and their location.
Yes.
We had Puerto Rico, we had Spain, we had California, we had Charlotte. We now have Luciano from South Africa. We have Alex from Greece.
Excellent.
We have HPI RS4M. Hello from Canada, Montreal. And we have Akeem Seeley. Greetings from the Virgin Islands. Hello.
Wow. Nice. We need to have a race there, you know.
Very good stuff. We do need to have a race there. Invite us, Akeem. Invite us there for a race.
Yeah, organize a race and you know, make sure that there's plenty of sponsorship for live streaming, some live broadcasting.
Yeah. Broslet is kind of requesting to see a wider variety of cars. So we haven't had any specific requests.
Yes, we haven't had any requests from anybody, actually. So, yeah.
So, yeah, send in your requests. We'll try and cover a wide range of the cars. Who we got here? Juan Mark Guerrero. Hi from Dominican Republic. Hello there, sir. Serpent Freaks from Germany too. They're coming in thick and fast now. This is fantastic. And you're all here just in time for the top heat to go out for their 4th round of qualifying. The penultimate round of qualifying. I can tell you after 3 rounds, Dario is on pole. He TQ'd round 2 and 3. Tony Gruber took round 1. So currently, as things stand on pole, we have Dario, Tony Gruber behind him. On 3rd, Carmine Raiola and Francesco Tironi in 4th in the standings, but there's still this heat and 1 more heat of qualifying to go. So whilst Dario's made a very strong start, it is still to play for.
Yes, it's the all-important qualifying. And yes, apologies for not really moving the camera from car to car all that much. There are only 4 minutes per qualifying round, and it is, like I said, a bit rushed. But in this one, we will try to cover a few more different cars. Maybe follow Alex Thurston, probably the best Great hope for Great Britain to take it. We'll see if we can find Matteo, maybe, let's see, Gruber. I don't think we've really followed him. Taroni, Milan Holtius also, he's a fast guy, so we'll see. We'll try to follow. I think we did follow Gruber a little bit earlier in the day, so we'll try to follow some new guys, some new single color bodies for everybody.
And of course, can Dario lock in pole? Can he make 3 rounds?
Yeah, and
if he wins this
sit
one,
out.
then he is TQ. Let's see.
Yeah, and sit out the Super Pole shootout, which is always, it's like one less bit of stress, and then he doesn't have to do anything for the rest of the, until the end of the day tomorrow. So the bright pink and white with black trim, number 9 of Alex Thurston. We'll try to follow him out first, Zach, just so you know. Let's see where he's actually pitting. I think, no, it's not directly under you. He's about halfway down the pit lane. Let's see his dad. So it looks like the wind has died down a bit. There's still some mildly threatening clouds on the over the hill, but we're okay. So 30 seconds. So cars are already going out. They don't have to go out right this second. There you go. I think you're on him. There, Zach. Perfect. That's Alex Thurston from the UK. I only found out like a couple of weeks ago he doesn't live actually too far from me, so it's interesting. We're almost neighbors. So Alex, he was running really well in the Euros last year. Had a bad glow plug, and I think he'll admit that he had a bit of a mini freak out. He was quite upset, but as you'll see in the chat we have with him later on, he had a nice, it ended up being kind of like almost a calming effect in the end for him. So he's calmed himself down, and he's not trying to push himself to be the absolute very best in this class, and enjoying it more of as a hobby, which is, that's how we all start, isn't it? So running down the main straight, crossing the finish line, into the hairpin, quick flip of the throttle into the, just let it coast around that really tight section, straighten the kink up. He does that perfectly, almost. He does have a car there to kind of throw his eye off. Down the main straight, hitting 60, 70 miles an hour across the main straight, the finish line again. That's the car 0 that he's really hassling. That's Spiniello, trying to get past Spiniello or force a mistake. Obviously, they're both they're long live time. They're not trying to do just 1 or 2 fast laps. There you go. Spiniello gives him plenty of space, actually handily going out into the dirt to let him pass, and doesn't upset his car too much. So Spiniello now all over the back of Thurston, but Thurston's almost certainly going to pull away now and make up some space. But Spiniello is now, is he hassling Thurston now? He's, maybe Thurston is young Alex.
Balestri's just out front with Tony Gruber just a second behind him. And Raiola as well.
Let's see where we can find these guys. At least Balestri's running his race scheme, so we can. He's easy to pick up, he says, as he looks for him. Car 7 spinning out. Okay, just going into the hairpin and about to go into the white, pink, and with the gray back end. Going through the kink now and into the first of the inner sweepers. Oh, and got almost a dead car crashing into the fence in front of me, so luckily it's there. So Balestri going through and around the kink now. The inside sweeper, the outside sweeper onto the main straight, full power, full gas all the way down the straight, 90-degree turn, across the finish line, and he's holding on to that top spot with less than a minute to go. So it looks like he's going to take pole in this one with Gruber. Where's Gruber? I think Gruber's in the white car. No, Gruber's in the 1. I think Gruber's one of the, there, Gruber's just crossing now. So, yes, he is the next car behind. But Balestri basically, at the moment, army of 1, all on his own, passing the stricken car of the recently crashed of Melvin Diekman. So we'll let this finish out. It's got 10 seconds to go, so Gruber hoping for a mistake from Balestri to keep his hopes alive of taking pole, but it looks like that is not going to happen. And they are both finished now, pulling into the pits. So Grosskamp finishing now. Everyone coming across to finish their last lap. There goes Thurston. So Balestri, Gruber, Grosskamp, Tironi, Thurston, Holtius, Mazzeo, Spiniello, Raiola, and Melvin Diekman didn't actually wasn't able to finish. He had a big crash coming off of the 90-degree turn at the end of the straight, and we'll try to put a picture on the EFRA photo album for this, because there's the fence that catches the cars that crash in that specific spot. It's bowed out so much. The mesh fencing has bowed out so much that you can actually get lost in the grass. It's a pretty popular crashing place. So there we go. That's the results of Heat 5. And in the YouTube, and I believe in the Facebook posts during the day, if you don't find it in one, you'll find it in another. You'll find just looking for the rankings.
Yeah, they're not being published yet. I think unofficially, it seems to me that we can say that Dario Balestri is top qualifier, but that is subject to becoming official with the timing system. So we're waiting on that. But he has TQ'd 3 rounds out of 5.
That would seem to be a lock, wouldn't it?
I think even my maths should be able to say that. Tony Gruber TQ'd 1, so I guess, and I think Dario basically did very similar to this last year. I'm pretty sure he TQ'd last year, and he just did a bit of experimenting during the 5th round of qualifying, whereas the other guys are going to be going hell for leather to try and get into the Super Pole, because of course they want to get bumped up straight into semi-final. But they've only got one race to get through anyway if they don't, but that race could be make or break, of course. Thank you to everybody who's watching along, whether you're in Spain, South Africa, Canada, Germany, Virginia Beach, USA, Melvin Alston. Melvin, you are more than welcome.
Nice.
Thank you for being with us. This is the EFRA 110th IC Track European Championships. We are coming to the sharp end of qualifying with 1 round to go. Thank you to X-Ray for sponsoring this live stream. X-Ray are our sponsor here, and they are supporting us, and we are very grateful that they are getting behind us, and they see the value in what we do, and they help out in order to make life a little bit easier and get this stream on the air. So there you go.
And supporting
Can't
RC
hear any
Racing.
engines at the moment.
No, definitely not.
Yes.
No one is coming out with cars or anything. So, I mean, we're scheduled to be 3:20 local time, and we're a couple minutes, 2.5 minutes from that. ish.
Okay, so it's probably, I won't say a cup of tea, like I said before, they're probably having another cappuccino. Probably having another cappuccino. We'll go to a very short ad break.
And across the line, that is the wish, that is the win.
Dominic Greiner has won already, he just needs to cross the line, so he does so. Dominic Greiner is our European champion.
Welcome back to the EFRA 1/10 IC Track European Championships. You are joining us live from Sicily, where we are coming towards the end of qualifying. We have one round to go. Matthias Bowers asking, when is the Super Pole? Well, one thing I'll say is nothing is when you expect it to be, such is the nature of dealing with the weather and how things have gone so far. But in theory, Super Pole is at 16:45 CET local time. So 3:45 if you're in the UK, 4:45 if you're in Europe, and if you're in the rest of the world, Google it. But thank you for joining. Hello from Denmark, from Reen Berg Jepsen. Great to have you with you, Melissimo Martelli. Grande Dario Balestri, indeed. And gosh, Kelly, thanks for the coverage from Brisbane, Australia. Guys, this wouldn't be worth doing if you weren't watching, so thank you so much for being with us. Thank you to X-Ray for sponsoring us and helping us make this coverage possible. Thank you to EFRA for creating the rules and the guidelines and the fairness that brings all these nations together in order to compete for what we call the European Championships. Good morning, Joseph Franchetti from Pennsylvania. Good to have you with us.
Yeah, it is still
we are told
morning
that the
there.
track. Yeah, we're told the track is going to be welcoming on the Heat 1, which is the 1/10 wide, in just a moment or so.
Yeah,
if I understand that right, Frank.
Yeah, can't hear any engines running just yet, but I'm sure we're just moments away from hearing them fire up. Yeah, and one thing we should mention, I suppose, while we have this little break, is the RCTV podcast.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Very true.
Yeah, we've just cranked it up. If you're on any of the podcasting systems, you should be able to find it.
RC Racing TV. So you got to
Yes.
search for RC Racing TV, right?
Yeah, just search for RC Racing TV, and there's already one episode up. It's we're going to start sort of filling it with what we call classics. 2 minutes to start. The race announcer is calling. But yeah, so it's probably plenty of stuff. I mean, I don't know about anybody else. When I listen to something or I watch a show, as long as it's not like a current event sort of thing, I'm happy to go back and listen to something, a few months or a few years later even, go, oh yeah, I forgot. I remembered watching this, but I forgot about this because the first couple episodes are going to include Breakfast of Champions, which we did. There's like Masami and Mayfield, and I'm not sure if Cavalier's in there. Ronafalk is in there. So there's a spread of champions.
With Cecil Schumacher.
Yeah, that's another one.
Classic,
there's a bunch of good stuff.
Cecil Schumacher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, make sure
absolutely.
and look for that, and then so once you find out on whatever system you use, whether it's Spotify or iTunes, whatever, it'll be on there, and we are adding it to other systems as well, like Pandora and I think Deezer and some other ones as well. So we're working on adding those. So yeah, make sure and have to make sure and get that mention in there. So just
Alessandro Godoy is joining us from Brazil.
Excellent. All over the world, worldwide. For
Like
sure.
Pitbull.
So cars and mechanics are coming out for the wide class. Wide is just the new, well, that's maybe the modern term. The current term for the old school 235 millimeter racing class, which used to be like the 1/10th version of the 1/8 Nitro on-roads, kind of the Formula One of RC. So this is a class that's sort of a feeder class to Nitro Touring Car, which has gotten slightly complicated over the years. Quite compact, narrow, lots of downforce, narrow tires, lots of power, lots and lots of power. And so these use the same chassis basically, but just wider tires, wider body shells, slightly different rear body mount position. If you're familiar with 1/8 on-road, it uses the same type of rear body mount. And that's almost about it, really. We have a cool talk with Thilo Diekman, showing us his 235 millimeter car and explaining what the differences are and why the class exists. But basically, it's a cool feeder Nitro on-road class for Nitro Touring Car. So there's a few of the guys are here, and hopefully we'll see this class grow and expand over time. And like I was saying earlier, if you've got an old Nitro Touring Car, throw some wide tires on it. Get one of these body shells. You don't have to have the special direct-to-rear hub rear body mount system, but if you do, great. I'm sure lots of people can fashion one up themselves these days with 3D printing or nuts and bolts and stuff like that. And get a few of your mates together down at the Nitro Touring Club and tell the race organizer there that you'd like to just give it a go. So we got 3 guys out there running. It looks like one of the Diekmans is out there. Bob Harley is out there. This is just warm up. So we're just waiting for see if more guys show up. Assuming they will. Tila was telling us, telling me that us in the Royal telling me that he just didn't have time to do it earlier, and that's why he had to miss a round earlier in the day. But, in the end, I think it's going to end up being probably Diekman versus Diekman for the overall win in this one. Just so, full disclosure, sort of, this is not because there's only 5 racers in it. This isn't a full European Championship. It's just a demonstration class, sort of. I think it was called an invitation class. In the sense that anyone was invited to take part. And most of these racers are Nitro Touring Car guys anyway. And I think Tilo is the only one, or Tilo and Melvin are both running in the touring car category as well. So it looks like no one's rushing to come out. So we're only going to have 3 in this one. This is going to be a pretty easy one to commentate. as I've already missed the first car going past. The car number 1. That's his Piperato. Full throttle from almost from just a yard from the apex of that hairpin coming onto the straight. Ooh, little slide there. Well, big slide, I should say. For as much aero and mechanical grip from the tires as these cars have, they do love to get them sideways, which looks great, to be honest. But just not the fastest way to get around the corner. Coming around, I found out actually during our lunch break that is called the 90-degree corner. There is dedicated to someone who used to be a member of the club, sadly passed away, named Pepe. I think it's Pepe Catanzaro. So we'll call that one Pepe's Corner, because that's what it's called. So we've got number 1 car Piperato rapidly catching Philpott. And I already passed as I looked down to check the name of the driver of that blue and white car. Bob Harley in the red and white number 2 is next. So we'll stay on Piperato as he's straightening out the kink. And look at the speed he gets on Bob. Bob, one of the friendly faces we tend to see at, well, I can't remember a Nitro race, Nitro Onward race where I haven't seen Bob's smiling face. Always pitting with the Thurstons. Alex, who we were following on the track earlier, and Papa Alex. Piperato coming down the main straight again through Pepe's corner, across the finish line. Very tight hairpin there, another hairpin, and then coasting through this decreasing radius turn, straightening out that kink. Nah, not quite. And then full throttle from there. Almost as soon as you've cleared the apex, back on the throttle as much as possible, as much as you dare. For the really quick guys, of course, they're full gas as soon as they clear the corner. Getting a little bit wrong there. Let's drop down to the red and white car about to come on the straight. Let's see if we can find him. Follow Bob for a couple of laps. I don't think we show Bob quite enough. He's coming up the chute out of the pit section, through the kink, and around the sweeper, down the straight. These cars getting almost as fast as the touring cars. They're a bit wider. They have a lot more air downforce, so they're easier to drive, but they are just a bit slower because of that. And like I was saying earlier, this looks like one of those classes I would just love to give a try to. But I think at my skill level, I would probably be better off with the one of the GT8 cars, which is hopefully going to come to this track next year. They're going to be the first European Championship for the GT8 category in electric and nitro is going to be held in Croatia in just a couple of weeks' time. So that is everyone done. We're just following Bob as the last one to get caught by the timing loop right now. And he is completed and back into the pit lane. So neither of the Diekmans came out. Yes?
By the way, it's not the first Nitro 8 GT European Championship. It was in Lostalo last year.
That was an international race.
Are you sure? I don't think it was.
That's what the chairman of the group has told me in our chat that we'll televise later.
Well then, I will bow to the chairman, of course. I will, of course, bow to the chairman, but I understood differently. But we'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what we shall see.
we shall. As we move on to the traditional 1/10 class now for 4 rounds of qualifying. The final 4 heats of qualifying. It's Q5. Yeah. People continuing to interact on the stream, which is great stuff.
Excellent stuff.
Not everyone's speaking English, which is great. Talk to each other in whatever language you wish, but I won't attempt to read it out. When is the Super Bowl? I think I already answered that one. We zoom when, says Promises. Well, we zooming now. so that.
I mean,
that
look at the screen. I mean, everything's zooming.
To be fair, I think Promises asked that question in the break. But anyway, now we zoom, so that's good. We're zooming together. And very, very grateful to have you with us. Thank you to X-Ray for sponsoring this coverage. This is the EFRA 1/10 track IC European Championship, coming to you live from Giardini
Naxos.
Naxos World is the name of the track, I believe. And It's great to be here. The weather seems to be holding out now. The wind has picked up. But it's not
it
really
has just picked up again
much,
now, though. No, that is a question I want to ask one of the racers when I get a chance. There are banners that are going down the main straight of the track, and I think it's a bit too much to ask if like in Formula One when they're driving into the wind, they actually brake a bit later because they have the extra downforce already. I don't think they're affected in that sense. But there's banners and a hedge that run along the main straight, so it's kind of protected by from the wind. I mean, so yeah, I don't think it's affecting them too much. I do see a second racer wearing motocross goggles, and it looks like they're wearing an Italian AMSCI shirt. So I think it might be borrowed from Filippo Domanin.
Share the love and the protective eyewear.
Yeah. Well, it just helps. You don't want a speck of dust to get in your eye when, although there's not, this isn't off-road, but your eyes get dried out. Some people, like if you've ever, anyone out there has ever watched someone like Petter Solberg or his son on in-car camera when they're racing, they literally don't blink. So it's you need to be able to see properly, and if you're not blinking, your eyes are drying out. As you're driving along, or as you're driving your car, I should say, and from all the wind that's blowing directly in your face.
In that shot, we obviously see the pit lane, and I'm pretty sure Zach can't hear me, but just a moment ago, he was panned a little bit to the left, and you could see the pass hanging from the lanyard around the driver's belt loop, and in it was one of the EFRA exclusive EFRA 50 years coins.
Yes, have they already passed them out? Yeah, the AMSCI has been all the racers and the mechanics have been given the blue AMSCI lanyards, which I wanna get one of those myself. Oh, and there goes a green car into the barrier. And also all the drivers this year, because it is EFRA's 50th anniversary, started up, I believe it was sometime May 1973. I can't remember where exactly, but Julie Thurston actually posted.
In a pub in Switzerland.
Excellent. As all great ideas start in a pub, don't they?
Yes. With just over 3 minutes to go, my challenge to you is, can we cover 4 different drivers in the remaining 3 minutes?
Of course. Let's see who we're with now. We're on car number 7 right now of, let's see, this is Scuderi. So Zach has intuitively picked up on the fastest car out there. So Scuderi nearly getting having to take some avoiding action on the number 3. That if he moves up a couple of cars, well, if he just stays with these two, wow, there we go. Look at that. Oh, that's one way to get past. Get sideways? Yep, I'll stick my nose under your rear bumper. Okay, so let's move up a couple of cars to the bright pink car, I believe. Sorry, Zach. Just at the end of the straight now. I thought we were on a different white car. There's a couple of white cars out there, and I got them mixed up. I'm sorry. So there's the number 2 bright pink car about to go through the kink. And he's got a gaggle of 3 cars, a white and 2 green cars, chasing him down. So this is the number 2 of, let's see who this is, Dan Jones, who actually, he broke out of one of the heats earlier. Dan is the chairman of the GTA 8 category. So he's doing a little bit of a recce run because, like I said, we're hoping to get the GTA at this same facility next year. Dan holding off. I missed the number. I think it's 3. We'll see who that is. He's the meat in the sandwich of these 2 green cars. That's the 8 and the 9. Grassa and Abramo, who's in second. So if we, let's see, the green and white cars, number 9 second, they're all mixing. Oh, there we go. That's not a quick way around. The number 5 getting tossed up with, I think that was Grassa. So we're still on Dan Jones. Lots of action happening around him. And let's see, the 2 cars, I can't tell which one is the leader because there's identical. Getting mixed up with Dan there. I think this is the one just crossing the finish line now is our leader. There we go. Bit of replay action. And that was one of our EFRA replays. So I think we're on our leader at the moment. Number 1 of Fiqueira. .30 seconds left in this race. Let's see if they can get, Fiqueira can get 2 more laps in. Most of the cars are able to get in 16-second laps. Oh no, sorry. It must have been. I misheard it. I thought it said 30 seconds ago. It must have said 10 or something like that. Anyway, that's Fiqueira finished. I'm not sure if I got 4 in there, but I think we got 3 at least. So that's
I think
Fiqueira.
you got 3, yes. A valiant attempt.
Fiqueira, Grassa, Abramo, Scuderi, Delia, Jones, Cauchi, De Casare, and Caruana. I think there's 4 Maltese racers in this one. And I'm not sure if all of the rest that I've been putting the Italian inflection on are actually Italian. But you know.
So beautiful. You can make anyone sound Italian.
Yeah. Like Jones. Jonas.
Motocross goggles. There they go.
All right, so Heat 4, which is the 3rd group of touring car racers. Coming onto the stand now. You see the mechanics coming out onto the pit lane. I remember back in the day, you didn't have raised pit lanes. You just stood underneath or as close as you could to your driver. You shouted, and now these guys have noise-canceling radios and headphones and all sorts of stuff.
You just kind of squatted.
Yeah.
Squatted by.
Yeah. Oh, parking lot racing, man. So this is just the warm-up. So it's the first time these guys have been on track in about an hour and a half or so. So the track's been, I wouldn't say it's been getting warmer. I mean, it's not the height of summer. I would say it's warm, but then I grew up in South Texas, so if the wind wasn't up, it would definitely be a lot warmer. But I don't see anybody coming out with temperature guns and checking the heat of the track or anything like that. And just so everybody's aware, everybody in this class is using the exact same tire. It's a very, very specific tire tech ruling. You come up, collect your tires from the technical hut at the warm-up tables. Your mechanic walks out, and then as soon as you're done racing, it immediately goes into tech where it's weighed and measured and everything. So this isn't a club race where anything goes. There's a lot of inspection. There's a lot of technical rules that have to be followed. There's a lot of processes and procedures that have to be followed. So you can't just throw your car on the track and go drive. That's open practice days. That was Monday and Tuesday. These guys are in full qualifying mode now. I don't believe there's even any tire truing. The tires are all pre-trued. I'm assuming you can balance the tires, but I don't think there's any need because they are just foam on high density or high impact nylon wheels. So it's quite a specific thing, a series of processes that you have to do to get out on track. So in this one, I think we're going to be looking at possibly the younger of the Domanin brothers, Francesco. You see we have a driver right next to our camera position. You see his hand there. You think Mussolino was one of the fast guys. Vandal didn't have any racing in the last group, in the last run. So we'll see what he can do. So there's this group and two more, and then we have a little bit of a break. We're going to show some of these interviews and talks that we've been mentioning all day long. And then we're going to have Super Pole with, I believe it's going to be 4 racers. And not, oops, we have a little mistake there in the pit lane. Should be okay. No one's really going out in the number order that they're meant to be. Let's see who we're following here. The white and the pink car. That is number 7 of Teddy Vandal. So let's stick with Teddy for a bit, because I'm sure we're going to see some action here. He's going to be very eager to make a good impression here on the timing. Because basically his throwout round was 0. So he needs to have a good run. We have a inattentive marshal, unfortunately, in the middle of the track, getting shouted at by the other marshals even. But Teddy coming across the finish line, slightly sideways, hard braking in that hairpin, straighten that kink out. Full gas out of the sweeper, down the straight. Slightly, little bubble sideways maybe. Coasting through the pit section. Good lines, generally. Well, I say that. But running 9th. See what he does when he crosses. Yep, staying 9th. Let's see if the car... We followed Domanin before. He's doing okay. I don't think we followed the car 2 of Mussolino, car 1 of Gloren. Let's see where we can find the car 1. I think car 1 is just going through the pit section now. The white, red, and black going through the kink. White, red, and black car. And you're on him. Good Eyes coming through Pepe's corner, across the finish line, around the hairpin. And this is Gloren coming through the kink and onto the sweeper. Good lines, much smoother. You can visibly smoother, you can say. A little bit of a slide there, maybe. Could have been coming too fast through the pit section. Little back end stepping out as well through Pepe's. It is a tight corner. It is 90 degrees. It may not look like it on camera, but it is a 90-degree corner at the end of the straight. Nice and wide track, though, so there's plenty of space to make passes pretty much everywhere. Although the racing line, he's let through. Who's he let through? That green and blue car. Let's follow the green and blue car that is just past Gloren. I believe that's going to be Mussolino. And the 1, if it is, it's okay. No, it's the number 2, sorry. Yes, that is Mussolino. So Mussolino has done really well in this particular heat. So he might be able to escape the quarterfinals. And Mussolino coming up on the bright yellow car, number 3, that's Pelois. So I'm sure I'm murdering that name. I'm very sorry, Freddie. But Pelois not making it as easy as Gloren did. Well, these are races, so it's all fair. Can't really call it blocking. So, and they're both coming up on the number 9 car. Who is that? That's Dominine, who's not having, the greatest of races, finishing in the midfield roughly every time so far. And they're really gathering up behind Francesco now. Francesco, cars are finishing behind them. I think these guys are still on a live lap because they have not stopped and racing to the end. And now they're all finished, I think. So it's the car 7 out there who's stopped Teddy Vandal, but I think he ran out of fuel just before, so he's all right. So yeah, that is heat 3. Mussolino, Scuderi, Pelois, Gloren, Turco Bryce, Francesco Dominine, Eduardo, Teddy Vandal, Ligue, and Ryskov is the finishing order in that one. So now we have the other cars. Drivers are already walking on to the rostrum. So we're going to have the older of the Dominine brothers out there. Looks like, is Francesco going to marshal or mechanic? No, Fabio's the mechanic for Filippo, sorry.
Over on YouTube, continuing to watch along with us, which is fantastic. Juan Luis Roman Borasso says, thanks for the live. Well, thanks, Juan. Thanks for listening and watching. Andra Punawaman is watching. Hello, guys. Me from Indonesia. So, Indonesia we can add to our map of
great. That's excellent.
Awesome. Absolutely great to have you with us. Daniel Liu is saying, any French drivers for the race this weekend? I can't tell you all of them, but there's Alexandre Cazot, there is Jean-Marie Glorinek, and I've just seen them because they are in 20th and 21st place after the 4 rounds of qualifying. So there's at least 2. There's probably a few more.
Yeah, and I believe our race referee Fabio is also French.
There you go. He counts.
Yeah,
he counts. He's representing.
And there's a French racer has just marshaled one of the cars that's found itself stranded.
There you go. So lots of French action for you there, Daniel Liu, and many other nations as well. You're watching the EFRA 1/10 IC Track European Championships coming to you live. We're RC Racing TV. We're in Sicily. Gardini Naxos. And what a great facility it is. We've been battling the conditions, but we seem to be up and running, and qualifying is but 2 heats left. It's already decided top qualifier is Dario Balestri, but let's find out who's going to be in that Super Pole, which is coming up not long after qualifying finishes. We'll have some interviews for you, some other bits and bobs whilst we wait for Super Pole to crank into life. So don't go anywhere. It's going to be an exciting afternoon, and who knows, we might even bring you some quarterfinals. It's still undecided. Hey Frank, we don't know. Quarterfinals today or tomorrow? We don't know.
Yeah, we
just keep watching and you'll find out.
Yeah, you'll find out when we know. But yeah, it's I don't think there's any more threat of rain really. I mean, I know some in the pits were trying to get just extra rounds of qualifying today. Have no idea if this is actually the last round or not. So we don't know.
Well,
I'm assuming it is so far.
Yeah, of course it is. Must be. It must be. Making me doubt myself now. No, there's only 5 rounds. Yeah.
Yeah, but
yeah.
There were those
But
campaigning for the extra increased rounds of qualifying and then the Super Pole, rather than doing 5 rounds of qualifying, then Super Pole and 2 finals.
Well, I reckon one person, Dario Balestri, is probably quite satisfied and probably quite keen to keep it at 5, being as if you had more, he might not TQ than his TQs.
That's very true, very true. I'm sure he's settling back with a cafe. And
limoncello? No, not yet. He's got one more.
Well, there is limoncello at the bar.
Yeah, but he's got to drive another 4 minutes today, so probably best not to.
True. I thought you were going to say he's got to drive back to his hotel. He doesn't, actually, because he's walking here. We passed him and offered him a ride. He says, no, I like to walk. I sleep across the street. I'm like, okay, then.
Wow.
We'll see you at the track. Yeah. Brilliant. I mean, that's how chilled he is. And cool. You know, if you watch the track walk we did yesterday, he very graciously allowed himself to be dragged out to the track by myself in the rain, and did a track walk with us as I was asking him very simple questions and trying not to sound too stupid.
You did a very good job. 3 minutes 40 to go.
Yeah,
can we cover
they are off.
3 races? Can we cover 3 separate, maybe 4?
Yes, I'm sure we can. Let's start with this yellow car, the car number 5. Make it easy on ourselves. Car number 5 of Guillermo. I think it's Rowe. Rowe is the first. Roman? I think it's Roman. I'm not sure. And of course, we're going to have to cut to Filippo Domani. Domanine. Jeez. How did I start getting that wrong? Last year I was like, no, it's Domanine. And now it's all Domani. So if we drop back 1 car, Zach, that is Filippo, the elder of the 2 Domanine brothers. We're either likely to see a mild amount of brilliance or a wild amount of sideways action. Did you get that? Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I like it. As he's about to come up on his number 5, crossing the finish line, hard braking into the hairpin, coasts it through the pit lane. I think he's not coasting it; he's actually braking coming into that second corner. The much tighter of the pit lane of the pit straight corners. He's definitely catching that number 5 of Guillermo, who's running in second. So he's not slow. This isn't a back marker that he's chasing down. He's chasing down the second fastest car. As the fastest car, he's chasing down the second fastest car. So you can see him visibly getting just a bit closer each time as the car is somersaulting in front of us. There's the number 6. So Filippo, I would say he's driving pretty smooth, especially compared to how he was last year in Gubbio. Maybe he's just more attuned to this track, or who knows. Let's see who else we can track down to follow. Who was the other one? Oh, it's Diekman, isn't it? Diekman just popped up into third. He's in the car too. I'll see where we can find him, because he's definitely one that we want to find out how he's doing and if he's going to be able to get up into the final, into the semifinal. He's the white and green car, just about to come through the kink, Zach. He's going on the sweeper just now, white and green, chasing down the number 7, which is Kazao, I believe one of our French racers. So German racer being chased down by, chasing one of our French racers. So Thilo Diekman keeping himself very busy as he's getting sideways there. Keeping himself busy. Also running in the wide class, but he didn't run in this round. I think he's, like we were saying, it's just meant to be a fun class, so he's not pouring all of his effort into the wide. He's just keeping it pretty chill. He's catching up to Kazao as Kazao catches a bit of air. So that lets Diekman catch up by several meters now. Now he's right on his rear bumper, hanging under the rear wing. Let's see where Diekman's going to attempt to make the pass. Again, these guys are not obliged to let each other pass. I think, whoa! Now that's a finish. I think in the end there, the 7 finished ahead of Diekman. But no one's damaged, and they're both cars finished just fine. So it's Domanin, Guillermo, Lycaris, Diekman, Shepis, Kazal, Pirella, Girita, Strasser, and Stefanizzi. The last 2 not able to finish properly. So the next group of racers is our top heat. So let's see what Balestri does. And whether he does do some experimenting or setup changes, maybe even experimental tire change. Not that they can change compounds or anything. Everyone's running the same compound, same width. They're not even truing the tires. But the right side tires are going to take a hammering on this. So if you remember last year in the final, Balestri took a big gamble and I believe did a full tire change, all 4 tires, which is what almost all of the racers did, but then did an additional stop for tires, doing the right side only, because Gubbio has a banked turn and a left-hand sweeper coming onto the main straight, and then a banked left-hand turn going through a very tight complex of corners.
Off, did it?
It did not pay off, and he lost the title. Well, lost the race, I should say, to Greiner, who I think that was his second or third win. I think it was his second. Yeah, so we'll see. I'm sure Dario, being a professional, he still sprayed the champagne. He was still very happy to be on the podium. But, of course, I'm sure that will be weighing on his mind.
Many stages of the event, it seemed to be his to lose.
Yeah,
it did
very
seem
much
like
so,
just
yeah.
a catastrophic error in judgment. He's kind of subtly blamed the pit team, I think, in the interview afterwards, but he was very disappointed. But as you said, by the time we got to the prize ceremony, he was incredibly professional and enjoyed it with the other guys ahead of him.
So we've got a couple minutes of warm-up remaining before the 4-minute qualifying round 5, heat number 5 kicks off, which we're fairly certain is going to be the final qualifying heat of the day. And then we're going to have
It will be.
Super Pole at 4:45.
I can't wait. The thing with Super Pole is it's incredibly exciting, but unfortunately it's split. It's quite stop-start because each driver has quite a lot of warm-up laps. So it's exciting for like 2 minutes, and then there's like 5 to 6 minutes of downtime.
Yeah.
But yeah. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. It makes a great highlights clip. But yeah, you have to bear with us, and we watch the hype unfold. Just waiting to see who's going to be in it. Tony Gruber was in it last year, but it didn't work out for him then either.
Yeah, and sometimes the big highlight is early on, and sometimes the big moment never seems to come. You know. So, but yeah, we'll see what happens. And of course, some drivers. I don't think any of the on-road drivers are really hugely, violently against the Super Bowl. It's I think it's just in off-road where we've seen one or two drivers just really hating Super Bowl, the whole idea of Super Bowl. But I think they're used to it in for the EFRA races now. So all the racers into the pits. You can see the cars. Well, you can't see the cars, but they are in the pits, trust me. And now they're coming out. So just so we are on number 9 of Alex Thurston once again. We'll stick with him for a bit and see how things play out. What? So he's coming onto the main straight. Very, 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 very fast across the start-finish line. Just ahead of him is a group of 3 cars that are battling together, an orange, a white, and an orange. See if I can get those numbers. There's 3 orange cars in this one, again. That is the 6, the 8, and the 0. Has timing started? I swear this was the qualifying. I mean, it is qualifying. I thought the qualifying run had started. But the timing isn't counting down. Yeah, looks like we have lost connection to timing, so apologies for that. Don't know who is in the lead. Looks like our timing computer is still running, but somehow the information is not being passed to our graphics system. So, unfortunately, I can identify Thurston. Let's go to the 5 of Grosskamp, Zach. He's just about to go towards the kink just now. He's the white and orange with the blue stripy bits. It's Gilles Grosskamp, former world champion. European champion, at least in the 1/8 category. I'm not sure in the 1/10. I feel a bit bad asking these guys And you're European champion in what now? Just remind me. But this is Gilles from Holland. He's actually got Dario just behind him once again, as we saw earlier today. So we got a chance to see them both together. We got them both in shot. So they are teammates. They are from different countries, but they are teammates on the Infinity team. Full-time racers. So it looks like Dario had a little bit of a mistake there somewhere. Number 6 car is just stopped on the track. Can't tell which of the orange cars that is, or whose orange car that is, I should say. It's one of the Italian. I think it's Tironi. It looks like he's got both his hands, unfortunately, on the railing on the rostrum. So that's Tironi has finished his run, and there's only about a minute left now anyway. But it looks like Dario is not chasing down Gilles, so I think he is using this as maybe a test run or something. Just trying something out, and that's the end of the run. So yes, everyone has finished and come in. So with Dario Ballestri taking the pole, we have to wait a few minutes for the results website, which we have links to it in the YouTube and Facebook information for the live broadcasts. So check that out. You can see the live results as soon as we can see them, basically. We don't have live timing like we sometimes are able to get from certain so
And across the line, that is the wish, that is the win.
Dominic Greiner has won already, he just needs to cross the line, so he does so. Dominic Greiner is our European champion.
All right, here we are at the beautiful Giardini Naxos mini Autodromo here with Alessio Mazzeo from just a little ways up the road. How are you doing, Alessio?
Fine, thanks, and welcome in Sicily and welcome in my home.
Perfect. And we have the beautiful towns of Taormina just behind us. If you're not aware and you haven't seen White Lotus 2 yet, that is where just one of those hills up there, I can't remember which, is where the actual, the whole series was shot, basically. So, Alessio, how's it been going for you?
It's super nice. It's super special to race in my own track. It's my first time in my career, so it's super nice, super stressful also because great emotion and also you want to do your best for sure because you don't know if you have one more chance to race in your home, and that is fantastic. But for sure we are super stressed. We have super stress.
Well, I can imagine what it's like. I mean, we were just chatting about Vito, who the man who runs the club here. Basically, he's super stressed. So I'm kind of asking you maybe some of the questions that we'd like to ask Vito on camera. But you're obviously you said that this is your second home. So how far away do you actually live from here?
So I live in Messina. It's 25 minutes far from the track. So basically, I passed my weekend in this place from 2017. This track before was a buggy track. They raced the World Championship EFRA in 2014. Then my home track that was in Messina closed, and they tried to put asphalt. And step by step we improve, and now we get an European Championship. So it's super nice.
It's amazing that this used to be, basically, it was the site of the Worlds, where I think it was Ty Tessman who won it.
Yes, it was Ty Tessman.
Yeah, and so it's been flattened. I think on Google Maps, if you look up Mini Autodromo Giordano in Naxos, the track is still dirt in the satellite, in the aerial photos. So that's what it used to look like, and now it looks like this. It's just amazing. So how fresh is this tarmac? I mean, it looks, obviously it's wet, so it looks quite black, but it looks really fresh anyway. I mean, the AstroTurf, everything is beautifully painted. How new is this? When has been refreshed, do you think?
The asphalt is 5 years old, and is particular because they use the dirt by Etna, by Vulcano. Yes, it's true. It's more, has the characteristic that usually we have a lot of grip. Also during the week, if you come to test something and nobody drive, for sure you have a good grip and you can test. And I think that the powerful of this track is this.
That's amazing, and obviously we've shown the background of Etna when we were talking earlier with Yillis. So what I mean, how you may have seen that we called this the Battle of Mount Etna. So I mean, how amazing is it to live in this area where it's just you have the sea on one side, a volcano on the other side, and this beautiful track. It's just so amazing.
We are lucky for sure because we have the super nice weather and we can choose to go to ski on the Vulcano. Usually in the winter I passed 10 days to ski on Etna, and it's really particular because there aren't three. So when you go with the ski, you see the sea. It's super nice.
That's amazing. Now you're with a new team for this year, I believe, aren't you? Capricorn. You moved over from your previous sponsor. So how has that been going for you to be with Capricorn?
So the end of the COVID, I switched from X-Ray to Serpent, and from Fabio Domani, that was my mechanic for 15 years, to race alone. And then I wanted to try someone that trusted me like Fabio, and I found Patrizio. I say a big thanks to him because he's just to take me in the worst period of my career, and now I'm super happy. We are super happy, and also to represent an Italian brand for me is an honor. So it's super good.
It's a bit like Rossi riding a Ducati, isn't it?
Yes.
That's amazing. Oh, I do remember. I mean, we met up after the last Euros in Gubbio. We saw each other at a gelateria, and you seemed pretty down.
Yes. Because Gubbio is my second home. After this club, my second club is Gubbio. So in Gubbio last year, I also thinking to stop the race because it was a really bad experience for my performance with many problems with the car, and was, I think, the lowest point of my career. And after a conversation with Patrizio, he convinced me to come back, and today I'm happy, so it's super nice.
That's fantastic. I'm really glad it's turned around for you, and it's really nice to see you again. one of the very friendly faces in the paddock for sure. Alessio Mazzeo from Capricorn. All right, so hope you enjoyed that interview with Alessio Mazzeo, the local man of the track. So we're going to end the stream here, and we'll be back for Super Pole. And make sure and check out, remember to stay on Facebook and YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe, hit the bell, all that jazz. And we'll be back very, very soon.
And across the line, that is the wish, that is the win.
Dominic Greiner has won already, he just needs to cross the line, so he does so. Dominic Greiner is our European champion.
Well, here we are. It's that time. It's Super Pole time. Qualifying is done. Dario Balestri is top qualifier. And now we get to see the next 4 fastest people on track compete for a fast pass straight through to the semi-final. With Tironi, Grosskamp, Raiola and Gruber will all be on track in the next 10 to 15 minutes trying to show us on their own just what they can do. And I believe joining us in the studio with Frank will be Dario Balestri. Frank, how's it going trackside?
Yeah, really well, chill in some pit areas and slightly more frantic in others. But to be fair, I walked past Yellis. He seemed to be laughing and joking with Milan, who's sat directly across from him, just waiting for Balestri to come across. I was looking for him in his usual sort of seating area, and I was like, where is he? And I walked by where he's supposed to be sat, but he's about 5 pits away, with an arm over the leg of the plastic chair, vaping away, and I'm like, yeah, okay, well, yeah, you don't seem too bothered. Dario, how about a word in the studio? So I am just waiting for him. I am just waiting for him to come across, but I just realized maybe about 20 seconds ago, he probably has no idea where we're actually located. I just said, come this way, come here. I don't think the racers actually really know where we're at, so I might have to
go and have a look for him.
I might have to go look for him. But he seemed pretty chilled out. And
happy? He must be pretty stoked. It's gone really well for him qualifying.
Yeah. Although Alex Thurston did make it a point to say to me that his teammate Tony Gruber is the only Capricorn in the Super Pole in the top 5. So everyone else is an Infinity racer. So yeah, it's fairly interesting. Yeah. So I might have to have you fill for. I'm waiting. I don't see any movement towards it. I see mechanics in the pit area, which we can't see from. Dario's up. He's next to where Zach is meant to be standing. So he's talking to. I think it's Tilo.
Okay, you go grab Dario before things get started, and we will take a very short intermission because Superpole is not quite ready to get started yet, but we are trackside. We will bring you every moment that we can of Superpole after this.
And across the line, that is the wish, that is the win.
Dominic Greiner has won already, he just needs to cross the line, so he does so. Dominic Greiner is our European champion.
And we're back. I believe Frank has run the length of the track to go and find a very special guest to join us.
A very, very special guest. Here we go. Let me just turn him up a bit. And Dario.
Hello.
So, hello. Ciao.
Ciao.
So, the week for you so far, tutto bene?
Tutto bene.
Very good.
Tutto bene.
And I'm sorry for your mechanic. I don't know your name.
Massimo.
Mannucci. Of course. Very cool Italian name. He won't be able to talk, but you might be able to. Is his English okay?
No, I don't talk
Okay.
English. I translate for him if needed.
Right. Okay. No problem. So, you're able to avoid Superpole by just top qualifier. Just be top qualifier. That's it.
Yeah.
Very simple. What was the job for you? What was it like this week?
To be honest, the car was feeling good already in the first practice. This is the new IF 15.2.
Yeah.
So it's a completely new project. And this is the first race. So it's unbelievable that the car already works so good in this strange, I would say not strange, but not so much grip and it's really hot. So I think when a car works in these conditions, it's okay. It's balanced. Easy to drive and fast. Yeah.
So is the car completely new, or is it usually when a car is called the 2?
No,
it means it's a little bit mostly old stuff and some new stuff.
I would say it's a completely new car.
Wow. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty good.
Maybe only the plastics. Yeah, the plastics, the arms keep, but the rest everything change.
Very good, very good. And you've got, obviously there's yourself as an Infinity racer, and 3 of the other 4 racers in the Super Bowl are also Infinity
that's
racers.
Our goal. That's our goal. All the team is in the top 5, so it's crazy.
Yeah, that's excellent. So what is it like? I mean, obviously we're seeing these guys warm up now. What is it like? How many Super Bowl? We've been doing this a few years now. So what is it like for you to be waiting with just everybody? You see the people in the bleachers, you see everyone online.
I would
knowing
say
that
it's like
everyone's watching just your car.
It's like to have a small finger in the ass. It's not easy. The pressure is very high.
Yeah.
For that guy.
Is that do certain drivers? How do you deal with that? Do you like that? Would you rather it be different?
Yeah, honestly, I like to have a second chance to go directly in the final. First of all, is good. And they need to keep focus for one lap. So they need to go maximum full.
Yeah.
But in this track, I don't think the point is to go full.
Yeah.
The point is to try to keep the line with the car without to push too much. Otherwise, you lose everywhere. So,
Is this a smooth driving track for you?
Yeah. It's like AP style.
Like where?
AP, electric cars.
Okay,
AP style. You need to wait the car, make a good line without push, because if you push too much, especially in the first part of the corner, for sure you lose the rear. So,
yeah. I've seen a lot of cars doing that. I thought it was only just the wide class that was doing it. When I first got here, we were watching cars in different parts of the track, but I've seen a lot of drivers in touring car doing it as well.
Yeah.
So this part here, just for explanation for people watching, this is just the warm up for everybody to do, right?
Yeah, this is, I think, 5 minutes. 5 minutes for everyone. And then they stop and
everybody goes out one by one.
Everybody 3 minutes and then 5 laps.
Yeah.
And in these 5 laps, they cannot make something in the car, so they need to keep it on the track.
Right, yeah.
If you mistake, you are done.
And it's just the fastest time lap, the single fastest lap that you do. Yeah.
I think our guys have a good chance.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just purely from numbers for sure. But who do you think might also get straight into the semi?
I would push for my teammates for sure. I'm a big fan of Carmine, but I don't want to say I hope for Carmine, also for Gilles and Francesco. But they will do his best. Yeah.
Of course. So what is your local track? Because obviously the last time I saw you was Gubbio. I mean, I'll probably be seeing you in. We saw you again in.
No. My local track is in Lucca, in Tuscany. Near, near Pisa, Florence. In this part of the.
I mean, I don't think I know I haven't been there for an EFRA event, but have any EFRA events been held there? European ECs, European Championships
in Lucca?
Yeah,
maybe a lot of years ago.
Right.
Maybe.
Okay.
This is a super high speed tracks, so for me it's not easy to test with 110, because when the car is fast in my track, for sure it doesn't work in the other one. So it's good for 1.8.
Yeah.
That's why I'm always okay with 1.8.
Yeah.
But in 110, every time when I go a new track, I need to work. I don't have a standard setup. I need to find every time. because my track is not for water.
Okay. But we'll definitely be seeing you in Portugal later this year, in a few weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, it will be a good match.
Yeah.
We know the track. I hope there will be not so much tire wearing this time, but that will be the point.
Yeah.
Because the track is very old.
Tilo was telling us that we should see Greiner there, and we'll probably see Peach and I think Hackler as well. So it'll be more of a big name sort of meeting.
For sure. They all will be there.
Yeah.
I hope.
Yeah.
More fun.
Exactly. So when you're watching, I mean, is this how, do you ever go back and look at maybe the YouTube videos and to see, maybe rewatch a race?
Yeah.
And
I check every time.
So if everyone else is up there watching you run, what are you looking for on the other competitors' laps when they're doing Super Pole?
Yeah, I'm trying to...
I mean, because there's only the one car, so you can hear when they're braking and accelerating, right?
Yeah. I check if I can improve my car somewhere. I don't know. Also, when you are all together, you don't hear so much your car. So,
and maybe shift points as well.
Yeah.
Where have you set your car up to shift? Is it coming maybe at the start of the straight, like after the sweeper?
No.
Or even earlier?
In the middle of the speed corner already, second gear. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, because we don't have so much traction.
Yeah.
So a loose gear is better for the traction. Also a loose clutch. So
yeah.
Dimmi. No, le sai le regole.
Dario's talking to Francesco.
I'm in live, Francesco. You want to come?
How quick do you think this kid is?
Super quick. Oh, mamma mia.
And what about his brother? Even crazier. Yeah.
It would be in a couple of years. Filippo will be on the top. For sure.
It's
he, maybe 5 years.
We talk to his father every time we see all three of them together.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting to see, obviously, like you say, in a few years, just to watch them develop and obviously if they stick with it. You know, there's all sorts of interests for teenage boys.
Young animals. Carmen is changing tires. For sure, you have left a couple of set of tires from the qualifications.
Yeah.
So he tests both to check which is the fastest. He already told me before.
So how do you see the tire wear situation happening?
To be honest, if I would be there, I would start with a new set of tires because you have 5 minutes.
Is it limited? Like in F1, there's only like maybe 10 sets, or can you just buy another set?
No, you can.
Okay.
You can.
So you can use
you
as many
can do
sets
whatever
as you
you
need.
want. Yeah.
So you're saying you would start with a fresh set?
I will start with fresh set. Try to arrive in the right diameter, which is in this track the best is 60, 62 or 59, 61,
right?
Something like this. And I will run all the 5 minutes to try to make tire wear in the right way.
And will you pre-plan a tire stop, or just go by? Okay, guys, we need to come in now.
No, I will run all the minutes.
Right.
Just fuel and go
on one set.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what they decide to do, but I will do this way.
And is that that's your choice?
Yeah.
Right. So I think we've just got the one car out. Who's this running? Well, the time isn't going, so this must still be warm up. Is that Yillis?
Gilles is in his warm up.
I think so. Yeah, car
Really?
5. Yeah. We can stand up if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Better. So
And
I
you
can check.
see if the timing is working.
Yeah,
you
I
see
can
it
check the lines.
happen there.
The only problem is this one, but
Yeah, well, you can stand here if you want.
yeah. It's better.
I'll just unplug. So I won't be able to hear Matt, but it's
Yeah.
okay. Hey, no talking into the ambient. That was Tilo. Whatever he said, if it was rude, that's all on Tilo.
As you can hear, also Gilles have a loose clutch.
Really?
Which is correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Does it mean? Yeah. It's voluntary.
He said it like that.
Yeah. Me too.
Okay. What's the? Oh, so to limit the amount of to slow the grip going to the drivetrain.
No, when you are going to the throttle, if you have a loose clutch, like the car don't spin.
Right.
So the sound is not so good, but it works.
So that's his warm up. Yeah.
Okay, so I can see everything.
Yeah. Sorry. We have to have covers on everything just in case.
So let's start with. It's 5 laps.
I'm not sure.
No, Francesco start. Francesco.
Yeah. He's
So
it should be
was
French.
still the warm up for all
Oh, okay.
together.
So he was just just the last one.
So
out.
now start 3 minutes for Francesco.
Okay. Yillis is coming off.
Yeah. Would be interesting to see how they approach the last corner, end of straight, because the transponder line is dead. So if you are maximum full, maybe
Masami did that trick a couple of times.
Yeah.
Just full gas.
Yeah,
Straight
but it would
line
be really difficult to go in there.
Yeah.
In the end of straight.
Yeah, it's. I try to tell people on the who are watching from where you're watching. Can you tell it's a 90-degree turn?
Yeah. The car looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Little
you see,
slide.
a little bit loose because
Yeah.
he pushed too much.
Oh.
Also, the wind is not helping.
Does the wind affect you? You can feel it.
Yeah.
What?
You can feel
What? Because we've had questions about that. Where can you feel it on the track?
Before to start for the last couple of heats, I
Yeah.
asked my mechanic where the wind is coming.
Yeah.
So I can play in the corner.
Right.
with
Okay.
the- with
because
the-
it was
with the drive
blowing
side.
across the track
Yeah,
that
so
way,
you
and
need
now
to
it's
be-
blowing the
Yeah,
opposite direction.
If you come here, you need to be safe in the end of straight.
Right.
because
Okay.
The car push.
Okay. Well,
outside.
there you go. So
Yeah.
for everyone listening.
Yeah. It's a bit lean.
Yeah, you can hear it when he's off
A
throttle.
little bit lean.
Do you think that's deliberate because it's just such a short run? Or is that how he would normally have it?
Maybe set a little bit different for this. Yeah, when you make super pole, you need to set every package on the limit.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
also the engine, it will be only one for one lap, so it's
Yeah, and that's why the warm-up is so long.
yeah.
So still his warm-up.
1 minute left.
Yeah.
I will maybe I will tighten a little bit the gearbox.
You think?
Yeah.
I mean, if I were racing and you were telling me, I'd say, okay, yes, I'll definitely tighten the gearbox.
Okay. So
go. First run.
First lap.
What engine is Tironi running?
The Max from XRD, I think, something like this. Same by me,
Okay.
just a different name.
Do you know what Yillis is also running?
LSOS.
Yeah.
Nice. Which was his first lap? Cannot see single laps.
The timing doesn't show us the individual
Okay,
laps.
okay.
So everyone, there's a very small bleacher stand just to the right of our moving camera, and it is absolutely full of racers and mechanics.
Not a good lap.
.5. So someone is calling out the times.
15.5.
15.5.
The before 50.1 is not so bad. But would be not enough. No.
There we go. That's the last one.
Huh.
Flung it across.
.1 is best.
Polite applause from everybody.
I think maybe 14.9.
You
will
think?
be, yeah. 14.9 can at this time. Yeah, can. Already, maybe even less.
Yeah.
Tony with the single lap is
Yeah,
strong.
yeah. Well, he's the last one to go, so we'll definitely be
Tony.
we'll definitely be watching him.
Yeah.
Has the track? How has the track evolved during the day for you?
In the morning is always a little bit more loose.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
after
Well, obviously we had the rain all day yesterday.
Yeah, today was different condition.
Yeah.
In fact, we changed the setup. Was
Right.
really loose compared to yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe now come back a little bit the track.
How much does the heat affect the grip with the foam tires? I mean, it
Just
hasn't. I wouldn't say it's been quite warm, but I wouldn't say it's been hot. I mean, but obviously the track temperature is going to be a lot hotter than the air temperature. But we've had a lot of cloud.
Yeah, the cloud work a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Usually the last one have more chance.
Yeah, yeah.
How must be like this, otherwise the work you make in the qualification.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it sounds like Yillis, maybe he was off throttle a bit later than normal, but as he's exiting the sweeper is when his second gear is kicking in.
Yeah, his second gear is a bit longer than Francesco. Yeah, not bad.
And this is all still warm up, isn't
Very
it?
smooth. Very smooth.
Yeah.
As Gilles drive style.
So I've seen some racers with, I don't know if you're sponsored by Biddy Design, but there's a specific bag that they have that exactly fits touring car bodies. So people have 10 or 15 body shells in the bag.
Really?
How many body shells did you bring?
No, less. 5, 6.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But all with your race paint. Your scheme.
I change this year because I like gray.
Yeah.
So this year I change a little bit the layout of my body, just to, yeah. Usually it was orange, blue, and white. Now I change with red, gray, and white.
And so you have, is that different, the same body shell, but with the holes drilled in different locations?
Yeah. But I use always pre-cut.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Think you start now?
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
So you're just going to keep going.
Chillers can make already 40.9, I'm sure.
You think?
Yeah.
Do you know what your fastest lap is so far?
It was 5. 2 days ago. This is a better one? Maybe 0?
$15.1.
1. Ah,
Ooh, wow.
look like Francesco made not so bad.
I think it's going to be a
Thought
slow
he
lap.
can go faster.
Yeah.
Let's
the
see,
ball
this
down.
one is the last one.
I think so.
Need to push handle straight, Gilles. Try. Oh! No, it doesn't make.
15.2.
Yeah,
So 1.1 is...
not enough.
It's a certain kind of pressure, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everyone's paying attention to only your lap.
Doesn't work.
So that was the last one.
129, Francesco made. Better or worse?
I'm not sure. I think Yillis was faster on that one. Yeah, it's
I don't know why. Always in the Super Bowl,
yeah.
you feel to be slow. Also, the lap time is always so slow. I mean, maybe only in last year in the World Championship in Bangkok, we made. I think I made my best lap ever, but because it was in the evening, so the track was super fast.
Right.
But this was the only one time we drive faster in the Super Bowl compared to the qualification. The lap
Really?
time. So it's always low. I don't know why. I mean, the car was looked more traction.
So what was Tironi's fastest? 15.2?
50.1, but I don't know if it was better or was the Gilles.
I think Yillis's fastest was 15.1 as well. So going on that, we're just... Well, you're hoping to see your teammate do just a little bit faster.
Carmen is the last. Come on, Carmen. You can do that. You can.
Is there anyone who's been here for your team who was able to provide a base setup, or does everyone just kind of come with their own setups that they use already?
We start from standard setup.
Right.
And
Okay.
then we from the factory. And
Right.
then we modify it for our drive style. But we have different setup.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody have different.
Have you ever tried driving Carmine's or Francesco or Yillis's car?
I would say no.
No?
I don't
Really?
know why, but no.
No, I'm just
No.
curious because
Yeah, it would be also.
yeah, it's you were saying yesterday
Yeah.
on our track walk you prefer a lot of steering, but maybe someone else prefers
More
the opposite.
stability.
Yeah.
No, I prefer steering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you have your body shell forward a lot
A
more
little
than,
bit.
than others,
A
maybe?
little bit. Also Gilles.
Yeah.
A little bit. Around 3-4 millimeter more forward I move.
Did you get started with? Have you always been a nitro racer? Have you ever done electric?
One time in the winter season I made a couple of races.
Right.
One time at ITC.
Okay.
But yeah, too much.
That was just a trial sort of thing. Because Yillis obviously
they
world
work a lot
champion in
AP.
electric,
Yeah.
so it's. I wonder if it's maybe a different sort of thing. But if you guys have almost a similar setup. But here we go. First laps for Carmine.
Ready start. No.
No, that's it's a bit wobbly coming on. Ooh. What was that 18.4? I think he said.
50.4.
15.4. Okay.
This is a little bit better. Maybe. It's already fastest.
Wow.
I don't know
15.1 or do you say 15 flat?
15.1. Oh, but it's not enough for Tony.
Right.
We
yeah.
need 0 or 9.
Yeah.
He used the last
15.2.
lap. Yeah, use the last lap to refresh the engine. This is really on the limit. Nope.
No. 15.1.
Next one is lean, maximum lean.
So it creeps around to let the engine cool down from the air.
Yeah. He prepared the last lap. Maximum lean. Mamma mia.
Wow. Hear how high it's revving in the corners when he's off throttle.
But this is not a bad lap, eh? Push. No.
Oh!
Shit, he loses the rear there. Was a good lap.
Yeah, it was all or nothing on that last one.
Would be not enough.
Yeah.
Maximum not enough. Unfortunately.
So here's Tony Gruber. What engine was Carmine running there?
I think one OS, based on OS from Capricorn.
Okay.
One engine.
And
Yelasi.
Tony obviously running a
Yeah.
ELAC tuned.
Yeah.
What are those based on?
OS.
OS, okay. So obviously ELAC himself acting as mechanic. So while Tony is warming up, you're saying refresh the engine because, and I didn't understand what you meant at first, but the way I understand it is because the engine's running so lean, it's not getting any cooling from the oil that's in the fuel. So he has to run it slow and steady to help cool the engine.
Yeah, when you are on the limit, as Carmine was,
Yeah.
it's not depending on the fuel, but on the setup of the engine, on the carburation.
Right.
Yeah, he tried to close, but maybe he was on the limit. Tony's already more fresh. Engine look more.
So if you were in Super Pole this time today, right now, is your car set up to be? I mean, you're a professional racer. Whenever your car is on the track, it's always set up to be absolutely perfect. But the engine setup, is this as extreme as you would get to pull the most power out?
You try to extract everything from your engine. Yeah.
Well, I
for
mean,
one lap.
because for a 45 or a 60-minute race, you would maybe
Change the,
go
yeah.
extreme, but then take it back a bit so you don't blow up,
No,
right?
Yeah, you start more rich for sure.
Yeah, okay. So it's a bit like qualifying mode, I mean, like for F1.
More.
Yeah.
More. I think more close. As you can hear, also Tony start to be on the limit with the engine, but the car looks more stable.
Yeah. The wind also seems a lot less.
Yeah, this is not so fair, but what you can do?
Yeah.
You can do nothing.
Oh.
As you can hear, for the minimum, it means the engine is on the limit.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe next lap?
10 seconds to start. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You already make.
You think?
Yeah. Two. Wow.
Wow, okay.
Thought it was a good lap.
So it was a 15-2 on that last lap for Tony.
Yeah.
Wow, 15-0, that's
yeah,
it.
yeah.
He doesn't need to do any more laps.
Good job.
It's very close.
Yeah.
So how many other, at least two other drivers did 15-1?
Yeah.
So obviously Daniele Ilesi is quite happy.
Yeah, sure. He must be.
So
Yeah. That's all.
so at least for people not on your team, he's your main rival for tomorrow.
Yeah, they will be. They need to make the semifinal.
Mm.
And try
Oh, yeah,
to-
yeah.
Just to stay alive.
Yes.
Go in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hope every cars will be amen. Yeah. But that's all.
So tonight for you, what is
the
what's on
plan-
your schedule?
The plan now is to refresh a little bit the car. Will be not so long work because just refresh the belts, change the bearings. Be sure that everything is fresh.
Yeah. Okay.
Finish. Will be what will be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
You also need luck, as always.
Yeah. Well, that's part of what makes it interesting, isn't it?
It's not like EP that in 5 minutes, if
Yeah.
you are faster,
Yeah.
you can win easy. But here, a lot of things can happen. So,
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll
Thank
leave you
you.
to it and let you get started on your car, or let your mechanic get started. Massimo, good luck to you both tomorrow, and to the rest of the Infinity team.
yeah. Thank you.
All right. Great. Excellent. Thank you very much.
Ciao, ciao all.
Ciao. Dario Balestri. Thank you.
So there we have it. Super Bowl. Done and dusted. Congratulations to Tony Gruber with a 15.0 by our counting. Every other driver got a 15.1. Tony shaved to the 15 flat and gets himself into the semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, pretty intense. I think we got some really good insight there from Dario, because, I mean, like I said, I don't know if we were able to show it on the stream, but the bleachers there were full. I swear there must have been about 50 or 60 people just in one little area, and then lined around the track. And then your competitors watching you and listening to where you're shifting, where you're braking, where you're accelerating. It is really, really intense.
Absolutely. Absolutely fantastic to watch. Lots of congratulations for Gruber, Marcus May. Great job, Tony Gruber. And yeah, it's going to be a fantastic day of racing tomorrow. So quarterfinals, semi-finals, and main final tomorrow. What are we going to see of 110 wide? Are we having a 110 wide final, Frank? Do we know?
Yes, there's a main final. Well, the schedule I received this morning said it was going to start at 12. I think it's going to be a bit later because we're going to have the quarterfinal starting the day instead of the semi-final. Racing was set to start tomorrow at 9. I imagine they're going to do the quarterfinals instead of the half finals there. So, yeah, just basically just move everything on by, is it about an hour or so? But yeah, I think we're going to be on at 9. And a single final for the wide class because there's just the 5 in there, and then the lunch break. They all made
it through to the final.
Yeah, imagine that. Well, I mean that's one thing. If I thought about it, would have been a good question for Dario. While he was very chilled out in here. I mean we've seen some of his intense looks before. But yeah, he was quite chilled out. His mechanic came in, Massimo, and took a photo of him on the stream. So yeah, it was good. I think we got some really interesting insight from him, and yeah, I think it'll be a pretty interesting race tomorrow. Even if we are missing 1 or 2 fairly important racers, but it'll be pretty good. And the weather should be holding out yet again.
Fantastic. So thank you for watching. You've been watching the EFRA 110th IC Track European Championships 2023 coming to you live from Sicily. We're brought to you by X-Ray. It's been a fantastic day of streaming. Sorry it's been a little bit off and on and the timing issues, but we're over all that now and it's time just to go racing. And so we will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. CET. Good night.